Hello, my Teaserking family. Apologize for yesterday. My foot was bothering me again. I believe it's sweets and/or diet pop that is the problem. Um, as I try to explain eating healthy, I don't normally eat sweets with the holidays just for a change of pace. I had, a little pie and ice cream and then a lot of diet pop for some reason. And the diet pop's terrible for you. So I'm just getting back onto the water and the tea to get away. I mean, I still do my 18-hour fast, but what I've been noticing is I'll do this, and then at 3 o'clock, I'm eating like breakfast. I'll have my avocado, then I have an omelet or something, and then I go swim, and then I get hungry again at 7, 8 o'clock, and then I'm snacking there, and I'm confused because on one hand, I don't want to eat past 6 and then go to noon, but on the other hand, I'm not even eating my dinner. So I'm eating my dinner at 8 o'clock and going till noon, although I do tend to go longer. But anyway, so my foot, I took my colchicine and I'm fine right now. I can walk with no pain and not a problem at all. So we will see. But I'm definitely getting away from the pop and the sweets. I had pop at the casino, Diet Cokes and stuff like that. So maybe that triggered it. My foot really never fully healed from the first time. It was always a little bit swollen. So I think today it feels really good. Anyway, I apologize for that. Secondly, I did a gold video specifically for a half hour on price fixing and the reason gold price is low. And I told you about it last time, but it didn't hit till yesterday. So I was going to send it to some buddies and I couldn't find it. And, then I went on and checked today and they must have delayed it because they saw gold price fixing or something and might have reviewed it. Or for some reason it got scheduled a day later. Anyway, it's up there now. So please look at it. It's really a good piece, but I stick right to gold and that's it. We're here. Gold will be included, but it's a pretty long video because of the questions and everything. So trying to get to that. So we're going to talk football today. There's only the one college game. And as I've told you, that line moved just as I told you. It was 14.60. It's now 12.5, 62. I think it'll go to 65 or 66. It's 12.5, 62.5. And definitely there's your free pick. Go over your free college pick. Go over in the game. As if you break down the other two games, Georgia or TCU really couldn't stop, a weak Michigan offense from scoring at the end of the game. But Michigan's good defense could not stop TCU. And Georgia's defense is not the same. I give up 5 points a game as last year's. They're pretty good, and they played Tennessee well, but I assume there were some injuries or something's happened where they're not. They should have. Ohio State should have been shut out. They shouldn't have been able to even, he go back to pass and he's sacked every time. And they did get 5 or 6 sacks on him, but there was too many wide open receivers. Did not look like my Georgia defense. So neither did the LSU game. So to keep that in line, we always are unveiling things. And as we see the streaks change, we go along with it. In that case, Georgia's defense isn't as strong. TCU's got a very strong offense, and I think they'll be able to move the ball in Georgia. Georgia's got a huge, very strong offense and very good running. And as we saw, TCU has a good defense, but won't be able to stop Georgia from scoring. So I see a high-scoring game. Now, do I like TCU and the 20? I don't like Georgia and 8 in this game. I think TCU can play them well. I think it'll be close. I think it'll be very high-scoring. So, again, when I get into this quandary, I think the overs are better at 60 to 54. I think was 28. Well, what do I need? I need 30 to 22. No, 28, 24 is 52. So 26. I need like a 30 to 24 game gets me an over. basically. And I don't see how that won't happen because don't get Georgia wrong. They're a good defensive team, but their offense is good. I like this Bennett. Sorry, I got myself shaving. I like this Bennett a lot. So I see Bennett in the running. I just, is TCU's defense better than Ohio State's? It's probably similar. They're not the shutdown defense, but they can play very good defense. But they played a lot of high-scoring games. The Kansas State games were both 60-point games. The Baylor game, the Oak State game, those were all pretty high-scoring. The only one they didn't was Texas 17-10 for some reason. But that doesn't make sense the way Texas scored, and their defense wasn't very good. The Oklahoma game, they put up a ton, but Oklahoma's defense sucked. Which was ironic because they have the Clemson defensive coordinator as their coach, and he sucked. So with that said, I don't see how Georgia won't get into the 40s here, and TCU will be right behind them. Maybe a 42-35 type of game. I just don't see Georgia just shutting them out like they've been, not this TCU offense. Too many points against Michigan, and they had 2 pick sixes. Now, am I expecting pick sixes against Georgia? Their quarterback's a whole lot better than Michigan, so I don't expect 2 pick sixes. I do expect maybe a pick or so, but I think Georgia goes up and down the field, and I don't see Georgia stopping TCU. So this will be a very high-scoring game. So this is your free play. Who's going to win? My guess would be Georgia gets the win in a very tight one, but TCU could easily win. I think this will be a very close game I'd say within 7 points, if not a field goal at the end. I think it'll be similar to what we just watched. Because Michigan had a very good defense, but they didn't, this is the joke of the Big Ten. Who did they play? And that was my argument. There was no team that was any good in the Big Ten, even Ohio State, who played valiantly against Georgia. But at the end of the day, it was all the running of the quarterback, right? He ran, and then Harrison Jr. caught a few touchdowns, which is very, very hard to take as watching Georgia. How did that happen? How did the quarterback have time, and how did the receiver get that open? Which means TCU's receivers, he'll have time and they'll be open. The one thing is if Georgia blitzes a lot and gets to the quarterback like Tennessee, then we're fucked. But I don't think you're going to do that against Tennessee, and Georgia certainly didn't do that against Ohio State. So if we compare, TCU's got very good receivers. They can run the ball, and their quarterback can scramble. So I just don't see Georgia all of a sudden mysteriously giving up 30 points to LSU and now a 40 to Ohio State, shutting out TCU like they did Tennessee. Tennessee didn't really have the run game, and the quarterback could move a little, but not, both the Ohio State and the TCU quarterback moves. So in the college, go over, free pick, take TCU Georgia over. I've already got it in at 54. It moved to 62. I'd say get it in 56. By game day, it'll be 65 at least. I don't know why they started it so low, but I see, and that's why I bet it immediately. I told you that I know where the line's going, which I do on 95% of the games. I know this is going to end about 65, and I know 14 was too high, so you could have gone TCU at 20 and then that, because I know the way I can analyze the game. I don't know, and I don't care the way the public bets. I analyze the game, and when I analyze the game, this is an over game. So why would the betting go down? Right, it won't. And then why would the 14 was way too high? Why did they think Georgia's going to blow them out when they barely beat Ohio State? If Ohio State had a kicker who could kick 50 yards, it would be Ohio State TCU, and Ohio State would kick there. That game would be a 100-point game. So with that said, there's your free pick. There's your championship game pick. Do very well on championship games. See, now it's even easier. There's one game to look at. Boom, boom, boom. The bowls were a little bit rough because it was you have your thought process, and then you're waiting. Are the guys going to play? Are the guys, Oh, is the UCLA quarterback playing or not? Oh, the running back sits out, but we don't know that. And then, oh, Oregon, did they play? Yeah, they did play. Don't know why that game didn't get more. Oklahoma, Florida State, they played. Texas's running back sit out. So you go down the list and you just see these players not play, but you don't know it right away. So we did okay in the bowls, but we were 3-2 on our locks. Unfortunately, we hit USC, Georgia, and the Kansas over, and we missed the Oregon over and UCLA, which the guy throws two interceptions at the 10-yard line, another interception, and then they blow a kickoff return where the guy fumbles it, doesn't even get it. So it was obviously a fixed game. It was they played terrible. USC also they played a good game. At least their quarterback played. But they lost, but they only lost by 1, and we're getting 4.5. So that was fine. That's why I locked it. In the Utah game, I discovered that early in the third quarter, Rising hurts his knee apparently, and that's why he went out. So it was an injury. It wasn't like he was fucking everybody over like he did in the other game where he just waits till game time to say, I'm not playing. So no, he came out to play. And I think if you watch the tape, you see that first drive, he's in there. And the backup then comes in, but they just were pathetic. Very embarrassing for Utah to be in a Rose Bowl game and quit like that. Very, very. Well, you could see when the line went from 1.5 to Penn State being 1.5. You could see that the game was fixed. Who's betting Penn State in that game? I mean, nobody's betting Penn State in that game. If that was a playoff game, I guarantee you Utah wins it. But again, their tight end plays and their running back plays, and Rising probably plays the whole game like he did against USC, injured. Okay, so let's get to the NFL. First, we'll do the line. Kansas City, 9.5, 52.5, and a must-win for the number 1 seed. Jacksonville, 6.5, 39.5. It's a playoff game. Now, Henry's playing. Tannehill's not, which doesn't matter. I assume the Tennessee quarterback will be the guy from Tennessee who played a couple weeks ago, not Malik Willis, who's obviously in the Trey Lance, like, what the hell did you draft this guy for? It's amazing. I heard a mock draft, and the first player was Bryce Young going to whoever the worst team is, who needs a quarterback, and then it'll be the Ohio State quarterback, the second one. And I'm laughing my ass off. Oh, Bryce Young's like, oh, he's good in college. Like, he didn't show up in most of the games. You're really going to draft this guy? I mean, like, he's the number 1 quarterback, really. You're not keyed into, none of the Alabama quarterbacks are any good in the pros. Max Jones sucks. Tagovailoa sucks, and then maybe Hurts is okay, but is it from Alabama or because he went to Oklahoma? Because at Alabama he sucked. He got pulled for Tagovailoa in the championship game when he sucked. I'm not buying Hurts. I don't buy the Alabama quarterbacks unless the guy's name is Namath. So I don't know, or Stabler. Let's give respect to Stabler. So I don't know. I heard that. I just laughed, and then some defensive guys I never heard of. From Clemson, whose defense sucked this year, considering they had so many high, supposedly All-Americans on their defense. They played like shit defensively, so I don't buy that at all. Anyway, so Jacksonville, Tennessee, a playoff game. Whoever wins the division. So this is going to be a rough game. This is going to be Henry with 40 carries, and he's just going to pound it. And Jacksonville, Etney ain't going to do shit, and neither will Lawrence. Lawrence is famous for not showing up in the big game, so we will see if he shows up here. Next, we got the Jets won 38.5 against Miami. This line keeps moving around. From what I understand, no Tagovailoa, and then Bridgewater is questionable, and that goes. I think Skylar Thompson will be the quarterback. How bad is he? Again, can the Jets be a road favorite? Again, Miami needs this game to win the playoffs, so to have a chance to get in. So New England's got the first chance at Buffalo. Then it's It's the Miami and Pitt. So I think Miami then, if they win, they're in, and then Pitt is the third choice where both the other teams have to lose, which we will get into in a minute. Pitt 2.5, 40.5. I'm surprised by this line. Very low. I think Pitt wins pretty easily. Deshaun Watson sucks, as we know. Pitt, they on a roll. They beat Baltimore. I cannot see Pitt losing this game, even if the other teams are way ahead. Pitt's not. What are they going to do? Put in Trubisky instead of the other guy? So I think Pitt definitely gets the win there. Houston, Indy. Where is that? Indy 2.5, 38.5. That line hasn't changed. I'm going to do a quick sound test. Can you hear me? Whoever's in watching. I know I had that problem before, but I don't. I'm hoping you can hear me. That was a fluke. That was the one time it didn't work. So let me know if you can't hear me, please. I don't know. I just talk into the mic and I seem to get heard. Indy 2.5, 38.5. Again, this is like a meaningless game. Probably like the under in the game. Both teams kind of suck. Atlanta now 4.5, 40.5 against Tampa. The question is Brady really sitting out and Jones and the receivers or not? I'm going to do a sound check because whoever this was didn't tell me. Pretty cool. I can go on to my. Yeah. Pretty cool. I can go on to my. Okay. Yeah. So I am on. So that's good. Okay. Waiting for the crew to join me. So is Brady going to sit out? Well, you got Ritter for Atlanta. So who the backup is? Kyle Trask from Florida, who's a lot better than Ritter from Cincinnati. So if he's going to start and play, I still like Tampa Bay. Atlanta's the worst. They're 41-7 play against, 10-0 as a home favorite. So how is Brady sitting out the game, which he never does normally? So they're going to sit everybody out. And if they do, how bad are they? And how good's Atlanta without their quarterback, using their backup who's not very good? Are they really going to beat Tampa by 10.5? How bad does Tampa just sit there, or do they actually try? This is very I gotta check into this a little bit more, but I like Tampa here at 10.5. It's not like Brady to sit out. New Orleans, Carolina. New Orleans 3.5, 41.5. I like Carolina here again. If this is a regular Sunday, I'd be taking the dog and the points. Neither team needs it. They both played well, but I don't see where Carolina just lays down, and I don't see where New Orleans just lays down. See, this is the point. You only lay down when it's like Tampa, who can improve their division, their playoff spot, and then they're resting their guys. But New Orleans and Carolina, this is just a regular, week 18, week 17 game. I don't see, if I just play the game as if it was week 12, I'd be playing Carolina here. So I like Carolina in this game. Buffalo, New England, Buffalo -7, 42.5. Now, this is a real strange game because if they're not going to make up the Cincinnati Buffalo game, which I don't think they will, is Buffalo going to play, or is the guy got injured, so they still don't play? Or are they never going to play another game because their guy got injured? I mean, this is so stupid. Yes, I'm sorry he got hurt in the way he got hurt, but this is football. Players get hurt all the time. Coaches and players have strokes, Teddy Bruschi, and you just keep playing. You don't stop a game for an injury. And then what are you going to do this week? Now, because it's all fucked up that they didn't play the game, now they're playing one less game, which is in favor of Kansas City. If Kansas City wins, they clinch the 1 spot. Buffalo would then be 2. Cincinnati would be 3. So Cincinnati's getting screwed here because if they would have beat Buffalo and then KC loses, Cincinnati wins, they're in. So this really screws it up. But if KC wins, then Buffalo is not playing for anything. New England needs it for the playoffs. So this will be an interesting, what does Buffalo do? Which is what's fucked up about this week and what's fucked up about not playing the game. So keep that in mind there. I don't know what to make of it. Let's see. So we got to wait till Saturday. Now, at least KC, Oakland, and Tennessee, Jacksonville are Saturday's games. So at least we know KC has to play for the 1 seed. So we like that. And Tennessee, Jacksonville is a playoff game. So at least we get 2 good games where the teams are going to play. And then that'll shoot. So if KC wins, which I expect them to, then Buffalo's meaningless. Now, if KC loses, Buffalo wins for a 1 seed because they've already beaten Kansas City. So head-to-head, if they tie, Buffalo gets it. Then Buffalo will play and New England's out. Buffalo will kill New England if they tried. What do they do? And then, again, the guy with the injury. So it's a tough one. Cincinnati, Baltimore. Cincinnati -7. 41.5. Now, this is a strange one. If it stands as it is, Cincinnati's clinched because they've only lost 4 games and Baltimore's lost 6. Even if Baltimore wins, they only have 5 losses against 6, so Cincinnati wins the division. Now, if they make the game up and then Cincinnati were to lose to Buffalo and they have 6, then maybe Baltimore wins the division. But how do you do that? So in my mind, Cincinnati plays it as if they're going to make up the game and plays to win the division. So I like Cincinnati very much here. And Baltimore, again, Jackson's out. They're going to start Hundley. He sucks. So Cincinnati easily wins this game if they try. And I think they try. I think they're on a roll. I don't see them resting their players. If anything, because they didn't play Monday, they don't want to be off 2 weeks before the playoffs. So he's going to play, and Burrow's got a lot to fine tune and everything. So I think Cincinnati beats them pretty good here because they don't know what's going to happen. They might play Buffalo, then they would need to win this game, and then beat Buffalo for the 1 seed if it comes down to that. But it's so. How do you cancel a game this late in the season? What are they, crazy? Minnesota, Chicago. Minnesota 7.5, 43.5. Now, I must apologize. I initially thought Minnesota needed this for the 1 seed because of the record that if Philly loses and Frisco loses, they'd get it. But because they lost, they would not get the 1 seed because they lost to Philly and Frisco, I think. So they wouldn't get the 1 seed. So, but then looking at it, Fields is out. So I like the game over, right? But then Fields isn't playing, and neither is Simeon. I don't know who their 3rd-string quarterback is. I think Minnesota is going to play because they just lost 41-17. I can't see Minnesota not trying here. After you want to go into the playoffs losing 41-17, then resting your players who pretty much rested last week, especially Cousins. Do you not want to get a win? So I can see them getting up, 35-0 and then sitting. I can see them playing the first half and maybe the 3rd quarter and then resting your players. But Kirk Cousins needs serious work. Jefferson needs to know what cleats to wear. I mean, that was ridiculous. And I just see that Minnesota, without the Bears first, with Fields, I like the game over. Without Fields, I mean, Chicago's not going to do anything. And Minnesota's got to have some sort of pride. I know they're the biggest chokes in the history of life, but I just don't see how they won't beat Chicago with the 3rd-string quarterback. Even Cousins' replacement scored a touchdown for Green Bay. So even if I got him, I'm like, oh, okay, he can do the job. So I don't know that you got to be out of your mind if you just rest your players because you don't think it's meaningful. After a 41-17 loss, what do you think you're going to do in the playoffs? You'll get bounced the first week by 30 points. So I think Minnesota has to play, and you've got, even if they play their backups, they're playing the Bears' 3rd-string quarterback. So I got to believe that Minnesota is the play here. The Rams in Seattle. Seattle 6.5. 41.5. That seems like a very low spread. I like Seattle here. Let's give you that as the free pro play. First of all, Seattle had to win against the Jets and crushed them, called by the professor as a home dog. Secondly, I don't see where the Rams. Okay, they had a good game against Denver as a home dog. At Green Bay, they scored 10 points. At San Diego, they scored 10 points. Seattle came to play last week and will come to play this week. And the fortunate event is the Detroit Green Bay game is now Sunday night. So Seattle must win. They don't have anything else. If they win, then Detroit wins, they're in. If Green Bay wins, there's nothing they can do. So because they're by themselves Sunday afternoon, I think you have to see them win the game. So I look for Seattle to destroy LA. They don't have the defense without Arnold. They don't have the offense. Baker Mayfield, he's okay, but Seattle, the way they're playing, putting up 23 in the Jets is impressive, and the Rams is not as good. And they must win the game. So this is a must win for Seattle. So I'm win or lose, it's a good bet. They're at home against a weak Ram team. Mayfield, if he puts up 51 last week, I go, okay, we got to be careful. He puts up another 10 against San Diego. So I'm not, he had one lucky game and 3 bad games. So Seattle on a must win is going to win. Let's go. Philly 42.5 over the Giants. I like Philly here. Well, see, this is a high spread. Now, Hurts, I believe, is playing. Let's see if we can get an injury update on him. I believe he's probable. So let's say Hurts plays. He's still got a banged up shoulder. Is it really going to matter? Jesus. Let's see. Is it really Philly injuries? Let's see. Jalen Hurts is questionable here, but let me go to my other one. My covers. So let's go to Philadelphia. See, here it says Hurts probable with the shoulder. So you get conflicting injury reports, one on covers, one on the other one. So here he's probable. So I'm going to go with covers. Based on the spread, it looks like I would definitely say he's playing. So Philly 14 with Hurts for the 1 seed and to win the division. You've got Philly, Dallas, and Frisco all playing at the 4:30 time frame. So Philly has to win, or they won't be the 1 seed, and they won't even win their division. Dallas beats Washington, or Frisco kills Arizona. So with that said, Philly's got to play. They're playing Hurts. The Giants have nothing to play for. They've clinched the wild card. I don't think the Giants are just going to go away. The Giants are not the type of team that they don't need it, don't play. They still play. I remember the New England game. New England had nothing to play for, but was undefeated. And I don't think the Giants had nothing to play for. And they almost beat them. Took a Randy Moss pass of like 60 yards for New England to beat the Giants and stay undefeated. So the Giants aren't going anywhere. They're going to be ready for the playoffs. So I think this is a high number. I don't really like it. I think maybe over if Hurts really plays. I think they score a lot. I think the Giants get some points. I'm not seeing Philly's defense. What did they do last week? Philly against New Orleans. Yeah, it was a 20-10 game, but that was a pick six. So their defense played pretty well. I had a lot of sacks on Dalton. It's just the coaching, the offensive coordinator coaching was horrible. The play calls were terrible. Again, playing to Hurts, running Minshew. What the fuck are you doing? Like, if the coach, he's got different quarterbacks with different skill sets, then he shouldn't be coaching. So I thought Philly's play calling sucked. Now, if Hurts plays, it bails out the offensive coordinator, who only appears to know how to have running plays for running quarterbacks. But he's got a bad shoulder, so you're going to re-injure him. I think the Niners are the best team anyway. But I've always thought, I never have been on Philly. The great 2-point win against Indy and Arizona. Like, come on, that's a joke. You beat the Lions by 3. So I'm not a big Philly person. I'm not a Hurts person at all. Too much running, and he can't hit the broadside of a barn. So I don't like Philly laying 14, but I probably like the over 42. Now, Philly must win, but that doesn't mean 14 is ridiculous. That line in a regular week 8 game, this would be 7. I don't touch the 14s. Frisco 14, 40.5 against Arizona. Another one where Frisco must win. Now they're playing Arizona, and Arizona's quarterback, let's go see who that is. We know Murray's out. I believe Colt McCoy, not that he's any good, is out. Colt McCoy, give me a break. He sucked at Texas. I never saw the big thing when he was at Texas. All right, so we've got Colt McCoy out, Kyler Murray out. So that leaves you with Trace McSorley or the David Plow, who was a backup for the Lions, who sucked. So what did they do last week? So Blau for Arizona puts up 19 on Atlanta, who sucks. So he had some big numbers, but he only scored 19 points and a lot of field goals. So I like Frisco here. Do I like it over or under? It's a 40. Frisco needs to play because everything. They're going to kill them. I think you can almost take Frisco lay the 8 because Arizona's not going to get you points. So if Arizona doesn't get you points, how do you get over 40? You could still play it under 46, trusting that the Niners don't put up a 50 on you. But here's where I could take the 8, betting the defense and Brock Purdy. Everybody will play in a must-win game. So the key will be Philly getting off on the Giants. So if Philly gets off on the Giants, 35-0 at half, the Niners start resting players because, okay, we're not going to catch them. So the best thing that happens in this game is Philly's playing 20-14 with the Giants. So there's still a chance the Giants could win, keeps 49ers playing, keeps Purdy and McCaffrey out there, keeps more scoring, and they'll just go wild. So I think here I can like the Niners and -8 in the game versus under 46. If they let down because Philly's way up, there could be scoring. So I think it's a Frisco -8. Now, I don't like as you know, I don't like the big numbers, but I think in this game it's okay. Denver 2.5 to San Diego from 3 and 39.5. I'll tell you, I like San Diego in this game. They're 11-1 as a road dog, as we know, but why would they sit down? Who are you going to rest? I mean, are they resting? I mean, if they don't rest Herbert, then what do I give a shit? Bosa, they'll probably rest because he sits out every game anyway. But Denver 2.5. I'm concerned I'm not getting the watchers that I normally have 10-15 by now. So I'm wondering why, if there's a problem. But I did see people come on and get off. So I'll keep an eye on it and check the settings, why I'm not getting or maybe it's not registering that I have watchers or comments. So I got to double check that. Maybe I did something wrong in my load up. We'll see. Anyway, well, everybody can watch it anyways if it's a video. But well, let's see if I can see here. Is it just not appearing here? But I got watchers. I got one watching, but here it says none. Comments are turned. Well, those are comments, but not in here. Well, I don't know. I didn't do anything different, so we will see. All right. Denver 2.5, 30. So again, I like San Diego here, unless they're this is the part. Do they rest their guys because they're locked in as the wild card, and they rest them? I don't know. What these guys are so sensitive to resting players. It's insane. So maybe again with San Diego, if they're resting, they don't have anything. That's why I prefer like the Tennessee Jacksonville. It's a playoff game. Kansas City needs for the 1 seed. Philly needs for the 1 seed. It's a better thing. New England, Buffalo, you got to wait till Kansas City. If they lose, then you bet Buffalo. If they win, you don't. All right, I do have one watching. Okay, so that appears to be working. So you can see me. Can you write a comment, whoever this is, so I know everything's working, please? Dallas 740.5 against Washington. Now Dallas has to play because they can still win their division if Philly loses. Now it's all on at the same time. And I thought Prescott initially was banged up, and I was excited because I could get Cooper Rush. Let's go into the injury. Let's see what's going on with Dallas with injuries. So Dallas, let's see. Pollard's going to play. A lot of questionables. Now here it says Prescott's questionable with the knee. But when I go to scores and odds, and I check Prescott, it says Pollard's probable with the thigh. So he doesn't even have Prescott in here. So here he's not here, and the spread went up to 7. And the other one, he's questionable with the knee. So I don't know what to think of it. I assume he's playing as the spread went from 5.5 to 7. So I like Dallas. I like him better if Rush was the quarterback because he's going to get you. Then it's more defensive game, and that's where they really excel. -7. They have to now. They're on at the same time. So the only thing that kills you, if Philly loses and they win, it doesn't matter about the Niners because they'll win the division. They'll be the 2 seed or whatever. If they both lose, Dallas can be the 1 seed. So Dallas is going to play. The only problem is if Philly goes out 35-0, then Frisco stops playing and Dallas stops playing. So that would be the only problem. But I don't think Philly's going to do that against this Giant team. I think the Giants are going to play them and try to beat them because that's more the Giants style. And Philly's been playing like shit the last few weeks. So I think Dallas and Frisco play, but then the score at halftime is going to dictate a lot. So you want it to be close, and they both play. Maybe they sit out after the third quarter. But I don't mind Dallas. If I got Cooper Rush, I'm perfectly fine. Frisco's not sitting out Purdy. Maybe they lose McCaffrey, but their defense is going to. You don't really rest your defense too much. So Um, we'll see what happens. Again, it's tight because they're all on, but I think Dallas plays too. And last but not least is Green Bay 4.5, 49.5. Hasn't really moved. This is the other free play. So I gave you Seattle, and now I'm giving you the Green Bay Detroit was always the free play. At 48.5, I bet it. Now it's 49.5. I think I bet it again. Detroit is an over team. They're going to score 30 points in the game. They're going to give up 35. Green Bay, Rodgers is playing really strong. Is embarrassed about the first game when he threw 3 picks in the end zone on purpose. So he's on a roll. They're playing well. They're at home. I look for him to just light up Detroit. They didn't punt in the game. He had long drives that he threw 3 interceptions on, and they scored 9. So it was a really weird game, but not in this game at home for the playoffs. There's no way they're losing, and there's no way they're not going to be a high scoring. Detroit's going to do what they do, choke on the road in a big game because that's what they do. And so I like Green Bay, but I like the game over 49-43 with both defenses are pretty weak. Green Bay's playing a little bit better defensively, but Minnie just, they still went over with they had a 58 with Minnie. So I expect Green Bay to put up at least 40 points in this game, and Detroit somewhere probably in the 20s or 30s. So it should be a 60-point game. We got 43. So the best play here is over, even though I do like Green Bay. Now let's look at the trends and the game. So as we went through, KC needs it for the 1 seed. Tennessee Jacksonville is a playoff game. Pitt maybe needs it. They're gonna play like they need it, but it's based on New England losing to Buffalo and Miami losing to the Jets. Now Miami, if they start their 3rd string quarterback, so let's go look at Miami. And I believe they're playing their 3rd string quarterback. I believe Skylar Thompson's the quarterback, which he sucked at Kansas State. So do I really want to play him in a playoff game against the Jets, who, again, find themselves as a road favorite, who we hate road favorites. There's so many teams in the L's. All right, Miami. Bridgewater's questionable with the finger. So is he going to play? And we know Tagovailoa is out. So it's either Bridgewater questionable with the finger, or it's going to be or he's going to be the quarterback. He didn't look that good last week. Let's see. So if I go on scores and odds, and I look for this game, let's see. I believe he's out too. Miami injuries. Bridgewater, he's still questionable with the finger. So more than likely, I would think Bridgewater plays. Skylar Thompson's not good. The Jets don't have much offense. I think this turns into an under game because if you got Skylar Thompson, the problem is Hill and Waddle are their strength, are their receiver, so which makes them still passing. But the Jets defense is so strong, and they don't have an offense. They're a perfect under team. Miami with an over defense, but the Jets aren't really going to attack it like they couldn't really Seattle. And I think it's a similar game as the Seattle. So I like this game under. Miami obviously is going to play. Now this is another triangle. So Pitt needs the game if New England loses. Now New England plays Buffalo, who doesn't need the game if Kansas City wins because they'll be the 1 seed. Which makes it now, what do you do with it? So is Buffalo gonna play or not? Depends on if Kansas City loses. Kansas City loses, Buffalo will kill them. Kansas City wins, Buffalo has nothing to play for, I don't believe. And then New England plays, but what is Buffalo going to do? So is Buffalo going to – so that's really the key is does Buffalo rest their players if Kansas City wins, or are they going to play, which we might not find out till Sunday, unfortunately, which we'll have to read up. But at this point, if KC loses, then New England's going to lose to Buffalo. And It's unfortunate the canceled game. And then we have Cincinnati being then we have, so we've got Pitt who needs to win, but if New England has to lose, Miami has to lose. Well, I can see Miami losing if Thompson's the quarterback because of the Jets defense, and they're going to play the Jets. There's no question. That's the problem. They're out of it. They're going to play like Carolina and like other teams, but it's the teams that are kind of in that. Seattle needs to win, and Green Bay plays after, so Seattle's going to give you a game. The problem is what does Minnesota do? What does Cincinnati do? What does Buffalo do? We know Philly needs it, but what does Frisco and Dallas do if they jump out 35-0? So the best thing that can happen is a close Philly game, which keeps it in doubt, which then keeps the Niners and Dallas playing. Then we can bet accordingly. So Pitt's in there in a triangle with New England. So there's a lot of triangles this week. Pitt, New England, and Miami. If New England wins, they're in. If they lose, Miami's in. And then if they lose, then Pitt's in. So Pitt will go out with a win. I'm very confident the way Tomlin coaches, they'll be playing. Then we got then we got New England plays Buffalo as a dog. They're still a 7-point dog, so I don't think they know what to do with the line based on if KC loses. And then Miami's just injured, so I think Miami loses to the Jets, which all comes down to if Buffalo has to win for the 1 seed, then Pitt will be in. But Pitt's going to play. I just know they will. So that's that triangle. Then Minnesota apparently has nothing. They've clinched the division. They can't get the 1 seed. Cincinnati, we don't know with the Buffalo fiasco. Cincinnati could be the 1 seed if KC loses. If they play the game with Buffalo and they can beat Buffalo, then they'll have beaten Buffalo in Kansas City, and they'll have tied KC if KC loses. So if KC wins, but Cincinnati, I don't know. They won the division based on they've got there are only 4 losses to Baltimore 6, which means Cincinnati, even if they lose, has 5 losses to 6, which would make them the winner. So I don't know. I assume Cincinnati's going to play because they don't want to be out 2 weeks in a row. So I think they play. Lamar Jackson's out. Huntley just doesn't look good, and we know how good Burrows is. So I think Cincy at home, they're going to play and beat Baltimore. Seattle must win. New England, we know, has to win, but if Buffalo needs it, they're never going to win. Detroit, Green Bay wins, they're in. If Seattle loses, then Detroit needs to win. But if Seattle wins, then Detroit's out, and then Green Bay needs it to beat Seattle. But Detroit will come to play, which I heard last week was Minnesota was coming to beat Green Bay and knock them out of the playoffs. And if that's the best Minnesota can do, they're going to be one and done in the playoffs, where Green Bay is on a roll, so look out for them. But I don't see how Seattle's going to lose, which will make Green Bay, which will eliminate Detroit. But Detroit will still play and score, and their defense still sucks. So I still see a high-scoring game, even if they don't need it. Green Bay is going to score. Green Bay still needs it. They're gonna put up a ton of points against this defense. Philly needs for the 1 seed, so that links Philly, Frisco, and Dallas. Again, if Philly has a big lead, then maybe Dallas and Frisco pull their players. If it's close where Philly could lose, I think Frisco and Dallas are going to play into the 4th quarter unless Philly just really jumps on them. But the way Philly's playing, and Hurts has a hurt shoulder. He's still questionable. Let's assume he plays. He's playing with a hurt shoulder. He could easily get tackled because he runs way too much, and they use him on these stupid quarterback sneaks. They haven't figured out the quarterback is not replaceable, and you can't do these sneaks and all these runs with the quarterback as Lamar Jackson's sitting on the bench and half the Miami quarterbacks and the who else is in the Chicago, all their quarterbacks. So as you see, you can't replace quarterbacks. You cannot have running quarterbacks. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. So Prescott has a questionable knee, but I don't know. On one, he's not even on the injured list. And the spread went up to 7. So I think Prescott's playing. The Niners are the best team. And then Philly, who's playing like shit. Better hope Hurts doesn't get re-injured because Minshew, it's not Minshew, it's their offensive coordinators coaching terribly. So with that said, it's another triangle where you hope Philly's close. If Philly's close, the Niners will roll and Dallas will roll as they can pass Philly. So look for those three teams. They're all on at the same time. And then the last game, we already talked about, Miami needs to win, especially if New England loses. They get in, but I don't see New England beating Buffalo. Maybe if KC goes out, but Buffalo, are they a type of team that's going to rest their players? I don't know that they are, and the line doesn't look like it, but the line's there in case KC loses. So we start off with KC and then the Tennessee-Jacksonville game, and then we go from there. That's the Saturday's game. So on Saturday, we like the over in KC Oakland based on what Stidham did last week against San Francisco, who has the best defense. If they're going to do that, KC and Oakland have bad defenses. This should be a high-scoring game if Stidham shows up, which he did last week. And we know Mahomes is going to bring it and light up Oakland. So this should be a very high-scoring game. Tennessee, Jacksonville, we just take the dog because it's a playoff game. And off we go. I'm glad to see two watchers. I was just worried it wasn't working, and I had 10 people there, and I didn't know because here it comes. Okay. So that's the scenario. So now let's look at the trends. So the trends in the game, let me know if you need me to repeat anything, which I will do anyway. So we go down the trends, teaser trends. Now, why do I use teaser trends? I need something to look at to identify the psychological role of the team. So play against Pitt is a home favorite, 16-2. It worked last week when we played against them, or the week before. No, they played Baltimore. It was the week before Pitt. Pitt played Oakland, beat them 13-10. Again, so they don't win by a lot at home. So Pitt, Cleveland, probably be a close game, but I like Pitt plus 3.5 just because they have to win the game, and they're playing very well. But Cleveland and 8 is probably a good play too, but it doesn't make sense because Cleveland doesn't need the game. So that's a trend. The mini Chicago's trends all over it. Mini's 8-1 is a road favorite, 9-0 play against. Chicago 14-3 is a home dog, 15-2 is against. That means Chicago plays close games as home dogs, as Mini plays close games and everything. Spread 7.5. You've got Fields and Simeon out for Chicago. That's why the line jumped. Minnesota basically has got to be so embarrassed. I don't see how you rest your players after getting killed by Green Bay. So I think Mini comes to play. They might rest them in the fourth quarter if they're up, but usually a close game. But without Fields, where's Chicago going to do anything? And so I do think Minnesota will be a little upset off of the way they played Minnesota and don't want to go into the playoffs getting crushed twice. But I honestly don't see Chicago. What are they going to do without their quarterback? They're going to run the running back the whole game. So without Fields, I got to take Minnesota after getting killed the way they did. Going into the playoffs, you don't want to go in losing 41-17 and losing to the Bears with their third-string quarterback. Carolina, New Orleans. Carolina 19-2 is a road dog. Play against New Orleans is a home favorite, 13-2. I know he did that last one. New Orleans was a road dog last week, but Carolina's the play. If this was a Week 7 game, I'd be all over Carolina. They're playing very well. Yeah, Brady hit him on a lot of long passes, but you're not going to get that with Dalton. And they still played it close. I think this is a very close game. Neither team's got anything to play for. Remember, last week, New Orleans had something to play for. This week, they don't. So I like Carolina as a live dog in this one. Cincinnati, Baltimore, Cincinnati, 41-11 with Burrow in a teaser. They're not great as a home favorite, but they're okay. Baltimore, again, you don't have Jackson. You got Huntley. And since he's all fucked up with this canceled game, I think they play to get ready for the playoffs. I think Burrow's I don't think you're going to get him out. And as long as Burrow is playing, Cincinnati will beat Baltimore. There's really nothing for Baltimore to play for because, to me, Cincinnati's clinched the division, but because they've got 4 losses and Baltimore's got 6. So this gives them 5. That still beats 6, right? So I think Cincy's clinched, but if they think they need it to clinch, Cincy will really clinch. So I like Cincy here. LA, Seattle, play against LA as a road dog, 7-1 this year. So you can see on the road, they lost to Green Bay with Mayfield. They lost to San Diego with Mayfield, and now they're at Seattle, who must win the game, who's got the game alone. So I like Seattle here. They're a pretty good home favorite. They're a real good dog. They're a pretty good home favorite, although they struggle at home for some reason. But here, they must win, and they just beat the Jets, who are a much better team than the Rams. So again, with Mayfield, I don't really care. Denver, San Diego. San Diego 11-1 is a road dog. Play against San Diego in any scenario 40-8. So I like San Diego here. Now, tell me they're resting their players, and that's one thing. Are they resting Herbert and Keenan Allen and Williams, or do they play him the first half? Denver, what team shows up? The team that gave up 51 to Mayfield or not? I don't know that San Diego just isn't going to play their players. I just have a hard time believing they sit out everybody. Now, do they only play the first half is the question. If I'm San Diego, I'm playing my players. I'm getting ready for the playoffs, but that's me. So I don't know what you get here. I don't like Denver as a favorite. Are they playing their players? So you just assume Denver's playing their players, which maybe they don't play Russell Wilson. Maybe they sit out some of their guys. Again, it's a meaningful game for Denver as much as it's meaningful for San Diego. New England, Buffalo. Buffalo is 42-11 in a teaser. They're okay as a home favorite, nothing special because they're usually laying 14 points and you're winning by 7. But in this game, so watch that KC game. If you think they're losing late in the fourth quarter, they're down 10 to Oakland, who does what they did last week and played Frisco so tough, then get a bet in on Buffalo right away. Because if KC loses, Buffalo can be the 1 seed with the win. So don't wait. As soon as you think KC is going to lose, you might wait till 2 minutes left in the game, and then, okay, they gave it up, and there's 30 seconds left, and Oakland's taking a knee. Make your bet on Buffalo right then and there because they will have to win for the 1 seed. Cincinnati's probably going to play. But again, without that game, Cincinnati could have beat Buffalo, which would have made it Cincinnati for the 1 seed if KC loses. So this would be very interesting. But if KC blows them out, what's Buffalo going to do? They don't need to play. Very interesting. Unless they think they're going to make the game up with Cincinnati, then they might have to play for the 2 seed because Cincinnati beats them. They're the 2 seed. So this will be interesting to see what happens. I don't know why they didn't finish the game. I don't know why they didn't make it up Tuesday. Okay, I'm sorry the guy got hurt. We've had coaches have strokes. We've had heart attacks. In the middle of the game, coaches have been sent off to the hospital. The game doesn't stop. This is your fucking head coach. Yet you keep playing. So, yeah, I'm sorry the guy got injured, but it's part of the game. Detroit, Green Bay, we know it's a playoff game. If Seattle wins, we know Detroit's out. Green Bay 11-3 is a home favorite. So Green Bay is usually a very strong home favorite. Detroit doesn't show me anything as a road dog. Green Bay should easily win this game. Either way, Green Bay needs it to win. They will get the win. Philadelphia and the Giants. Philly's 12-3 is the home favorite. 39-11 overall. So Philly's been the best one covering as in a teaser and as a home favorite. I don't know what's the status of Hurts. He's banged up. I'm sure he'll try to play. Is he going to go the whole game? Minshew comes in. Is he going to put the 34 up he did on Dallas, or is he going to put up the 5 he put up on New Orleans? I don't know. Very strange coaching with Philadelphia. The Giants, now they have nothing to play for, but I guarantee you they play. The Giants, not like the Giants to sit out. Now, does Barkley play the whole game? Does Jones should play the whole game because God knows he needs practice. He's terrible, but Barkley's good and they're getting better. So I would think the Giants will play. They need the practice. They don't need to be resting players here. It would be if they could go into the playoffs beating Philly, who played for the 1 seed, and they went in and beat them. Look out for the Giants. So I think the Giants have a lot to play for here, even though they've kind of locked up the wild card. Houston, Indy. Houston 17-4 is a road dog. I like him here. Frisco, Arizona. Now, here's where you got to be careful. Arizona is 14-2 as a road dog, as we pointed out, and they were road dog to Atlanta last week, and they covered that game. The problem is Colt McCoy's out, Kyler Murray's out, so now you're dealing with the guy from the Lions. What's his name? Blunt or something like that, who really sucks. He did a lot, but he only got 19 points against Atlanta. I think Frisco shuts him out here, especially since Frisco will play at least, I would think, 3 quarters and just see what's going on in Philly. Only if Philly goes out 52-0 in the first quarter, or then Frisco starts resting their players. But they're not going to rest Purdy. Maybe they rest McCaffrey, but they got other running backs. And their defense, what do you do with the defense? Do you rest your players? Maybe a few of the key guys. I've never really seen defensive players get rested for this. Usually it's the quarterback, but not in Purdy's case because they don't have a backup. So he's playing. But be careful with that. Tampa Bay, Atlanta. Play against Atlanta. 10-0 is a home favorite. 29-3 if you just play against them, and play against them for a few years, 41-7. So the best team to bet against is Atlanta. What's going on with Brady? We know Julio Jones is going to be out because he's out every week. Is Evans playing? Are they going to play? They've had a lot of injuries. I think they got to get the guys playing. I've never seen Brady sit out for this. Does he sit out now? Maybe he's got some injuries. Is there backup? Whatchamacallit from Florida? I said it before. Trask. If Kyle Trask plays, I don't have any problem betting Tampa. That guy is great. Watched him at Florida. He lit it up. So I don't have a problem with Trask playing. He did well against Georgia, and I think he did well against Alabama. So I don't mind if Trask is the quarterback. He'll light it up. Question is he going to be, or does Brady play the first half? Or otherwise, I love Tampa as getting 10.5 in this game if I know who's playing. Dallas, Washington. Dallas 10-2 is a road favorite, is good. Again, they're going to start off having to win. Prescott's questionable with the knee in one, and he's not in the other. We'll see. Judging by the line, Prescott's playing. And then Miami is 10-1 as a home dog, which they are. But now you've got Tagovailoa out. You've got the backup Bridgewater with the hurt finger. He didn't look very good last week, so I don't know if he plays. If he does, I don't think he's that good. I think you go under with the backup quarterbacks. All right, so the play teams are San Diego, Atlanta, and Philly. Atlanta is a both this year. What do we mean by both? Well, they're like 12-1 in the teaser and 12-1 against. So they played like Minnesota, close games. So San Diego plays very close games. Philadelphia, but when they're healthy, and then Atlanta. The other teams, those are the 3 that are like 90%. The others are Seattle, the Jets, Houston, Cincinnati, and Frisco, mostly this year or the last 2, where they're up in about the over 80 to 85%. So the first ones are like over 85% or 90%. And it makes sense. You can see the Jets have been covering Houston, Cincinnati, and Seattle, and then, of course, Frisco. So you can see all these teams are playing very, very well. Well, Houston's not playing well, but they're covering. The Jets are playing very, very well. Now, the play against teams, I've never seen this, doing this for, 10 years, doing these, maybe 20 years, where I circle, like, the play teams and the play against teams first. Who's really good this year, and who do we want to bet against? And I've never seen this many play against in 20 years. It's usually 3 or 4, maybe 2. this year, these are the teams that like 90% against: Minnesota, Chicago, Tampa Bay, the Rams, Atlanta, Indy, and San Diego. Yes, San Diego's on both, which is perfectly fine, and Atlanta's on both, meaning they just play close games, and you just make a teaser in the game, you win. That's 7 teams at over 90% if you bet against them. I've never seen that. Then you have your secondary 80 to 85 percenters: Miami, Cleveland, Baltimore, and Washington. So it gives you a real good flow. Like the Jets, Miami, you would take the Jets. They're hot. Miami, you play against. San Diego, you just scratch your head what to do with them. Baltimore, you take Cincy. Washington, you take Dallas. But Dallas is not on the playlist. They're kind of up and down. So that's what you're looking for. Minnesota plays Chicago. Here's Tampa against Atlanta. So it's a double. The Rams, so you like Seattle. Indy, so you like they play against Houston, so you like Houston because Houston's a play and Indy's a play against. Miami, we like the Jets. Cleveland, we like Pitt. Baltimore, we like Cincinnati. And Washington, we like Dallas. So it helps you out. Now, again, this is 90%. So if I would have played against Minnesota every week, I'm winning 90% of the games. Where are you going to find that kind of trend? 90%. So that's what you look for. It helps you in an overall. So what I've done is the first time I'm saying play against Pitt as a home favorite. So I'm focusing on their psychology. They don't blow you out at home. They play close games at home. Hence, bet against Pitt as a home favorite. This is more overall if you just bet the game no matter what in a teaser. So I try to go from macro, play against these teams, to micro. Well, wait a minute. We say San Diego, but when I look at San Diego, wait a minute. They're 11-1 as a road dog. So that's where I want to play them in that particular role because of psychology. They get mad when they're the dog. Certain teams get mad when they're the dog. Certain teams fold when they're the dog. They can't be the dog, such as, let's see, who's a dog that doesn't like to be? Here you go. The Bears play against 15-2 as a home dog. So when the Bears are a home dog and you bet the other team, you win 15. You're 15-2. It shows you when they play against better teams, they just don't play well. They don't pull the upset. They just play in their close games. It doesn't mean they lost all the games. It just means if you bet against them 15-2. So there's teams play against the Rams as a road dog, 7-1. Play against San Diego overall, 40-8. Then there's certain teams like Houston's 17-4 as a road dog. Arizona's 14-2 as a road dog. Dallas 10-2 as a road dog. So you break it into a more micro look or a more individual, what's their role look, and that's really what you're trying to do. Now, I know people have said, how do you still look at this with all the injuries and all the coaching changes and all the quarterback changes? I get it, but I need some source reference to try to analyze. And this is not 90% of my analysis. This is a smaller percent of my analysis, but it helps. Especially play against Atlanta 41-7. Well, you've had plenty of different quarterbacks and coaches in that, and it still holds up. So you still want to bet it. Maybe that's because they've had so many different coaches and quarterbacks. Hard to say. But that's what we're looking at. So, again, we went through who needs it for the playoffs. So, probably the best play here is going to be Cincinnati and then Green Bay, or Seattle and then Green Bay. Seattle must win, and they're the only ones on at 4:30 in that bracket of wild card. So, will they win? I don't know. They're at home against a weak Ram team who's not good on the road with their third-string quarterback. So does that, that looks like a good play, and they're only laying 6.5. I don't have to lay anything. That spread should be 10. Why is it 6.5? And then Green Bay must win to get in. So that's the next logical. No matter what happens, Green Bay needs to win. And then you start getting into KC needs it for the 1 seed. Okay. And Tennessee, Jacksonville is a playoff game, so you see that. You go, okay. Cincinnati and Buffalo, we don't know what the fuck to do with them. Are they going to make the game up? If they do, then Cincinnati needs it. And then to clinch the Baltimore, because if they lose to Buffalo, they'd be tied, and Baltimore, I guess, wins the division. Cincinnati's in as a wild card, but to me, if they don't play it, Cincinnati wins the division because they played one last game and lost, even if they lose this one last game. So this is a very strange situation. And then we have the three ways: Pitt, New England, and Miami. If Buffalo needs it, New England's out, and Miami looks like they're going to have trouble with the Jets with Skylar Thompson, or we don't know if Bridgewater playing. So we've got that. And then so we look, there's only a few normal games. Minnesota, Chicago is a normal game. Nobody really needs it. Carolina, New Orleans, San Diego, Denver, Houston, Indy, Tampa Bay, Atlanta. Those are the only games where really we don't know. We don't know if Tampa and many are playing their players or resting them. We don't know. We'll find out what Buffalo does. Cincinnati, I think they're going to play. Minnesota, what are they going to do after losing 41-17? Are they going to go into the playoffs getting killed in 2 straight games? Although Chicago's got their third-string quarterback, so I got to bet Minnie laying the one going, I got to assume they're going to play, and at least maybe they rest their players with the big lead in the second half. But how many cannot play after getting embarrassed like this would blow my mind. The coach should be fired. Anyway, so that's what we have. Philly, Frisco, and Dallas. Again, it's all up to Philly. If they lose, Frisco's the 1 seed. Dallas wins the division with wins. So you've got to figure for sure Dallas, and then it's a matter of Frisco laying the 14. I think they blow out Arizona if they have a chance. Because, again, Arizona is on their third-string quarterback, McCoy out, and Kyler Murray out, which leaves Powell or, one of these, who was the other one that played Chase McSorley? So, which apparently they didn't like Chase McSorley because they went to Blau, who really stinks. Is Tampa resting their players? I can see Tampa possibly. Does San Diego rest their players? By the lines, it looks like they are because they're both dogs. But this I gotta, hear the news on. So we will see. So that's the pro. So the college, we went with the TCU Georgia. I told you the line would go up. It is. It's Georgia down to 12.5 from 14, but I told you the over would go from 60. It's 62.5. I would bet that as soon as possible. Over before it goes to 65 by game time. Again, it's only Thursday. So by Monday, believe me, by Monday, that's over is going to be 65. But I took the over, so you can play it with my free play, Green Bay over, or Seattle, my other free play. Very disappointed last week with the Cincinnati Buffalo. That was the free play, was the over. I had it in 2 locks. I can't, you don't know what the injuries happen. I'm sorry the guy got hurt the way he got hurt, but it's just another injury that you can't stop the game. It fucks up the betting, which is the most important thing in the NFL, and it fucks up this whole week because how do you not make the game up? And then if you don't make it up, so they're probably saying, do we need to make it up? So if KC wins, then you really don't need to because Buffalo couldn't have caught them and Cincinnati couldn't have caught them. Maybe that is. So if KC loses, they'll probably make it up. But when the hell are you going to make it up? What, you're going to play Sunday, and then what are you going to make it up on Thursday? And then they got to play in the playoffs on Sunday, or do you move their playoff game back to Monday? Well, how do you do that with Buffalo and Cincinnati in the playoffs? So this whole thing is insane. And you can't play a Monday playoff game. Then they got to play the next Saturday or Sunday. That's the thing with the playoffs. They're now Saturday, Sunday the first few weeks. Actually, all the way, the championship game is on the same day. So this is really fucked up what they've done. But we will see. So that's the pros. And it's a real shit week because you just got so much you just don't know because of this canceled game. I did a good gold video on, as we were talking about gold, we were talking about why the price stays low. And we read the thing on JP Morgan, which is a separate video, which you can see. It wasn't up the same day. For some reason, it took till yesterday to get posted. But the key is, what you see in it is JP Morgan's got 300 tons of gold and 600 million ounces of silver. So if you look at it, it's sort of like who's betting, oh, why did Frisco go up to 14? Oh, because they need the game for the 1 seed because Philly lost. Or there's betting going on. So you go, oh, look at the betting going on. So what you do with the gold is you see, why does JP Morgan own 300 tons of it? They're a bank. Why does the central banks in Russia and China and all these other countries have so much gold if it's a meaningless asset? And that's really the point of it, is because it's not, right? Why would so in other words, if you ask me, well, why are you betting on Green Bay, or why are you betting on Seattle? Well, they need the game to make the playoffs if Green Bay loses, so they must win. So that's why I'm betting on them. Why are people buying gold and silver? Because they know it's cash, they know it's protection, and they know it's going to go up in price from this 1,800 to 40, 50,000. It's just at what point. But once the keys to BRICS countries and the keys, all this debt and all this inflation. I was watching some idiot today thinking that the inflation's going down, and he calls it supply, because the supply chain, in other words, since there's a shortage of supply, prices are up, he thinks is inflation. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Inflation is only the increase in the money supply. So if there's a supply shortage, does not necessarily mean prices are up. Prices are up because the dollar's down. It takes more dollars to buy it. So why would you say it's supply side? Are everything supply? Well, why is food going up? We don't get the supply from China for food. Maybe chips for autos, but autos have gone up because of the inflation, because of the cost going up. So the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. So I got to go mark some bad comments on his thing. But anyway, so that's the thing with gold. It'll move soon. And I'm in a holding pattern where I just want to get my, gold to go up as I imagine it will. And then I can move on in life and go, buy an island or something. Because it's a whole, it's like I got all this that I know is going up and you're just waiting on it. So there's a fine edge of, well, I have my money to use, and then I have the gold, which is like, okay, well, this is going to go up, and then we don't have to worry anymore. So that's what I'm waiting for, and that's what you should be waiting for. So anyway, gold, it's up to like 1850 now. Let me check what it is today. So if I look at the gold price, gold price today, 1841, says it's down 17. So again, this is just bullshit. So it was 1855. It goes down to 1828. It's up to 1830. So why? Why does it go down? Because they want to buy more. It's the most logical conclusion you can come to of why it's low. Well, what's the obvious reason? So people can buy more. And that's really what you have, right? So, but it's being manipulated by JP Morgan, who happens to own 300 tons. Do you know how many ounces are in a ton? 32,000 ounces in a ton. I'm trying to get to 100, all right? 32,000 ounces in 1 ton. And they've got 300 tons. So does that make sense? Why would JP Morgan own something that doesn't have value? It's JP Morgan or the Russians or the Chinese. Why would they have all this gold if there's no value? And they're buying it cheap. So they keep the price down to buy more and more and more. That's the point of it. That's why it's low. It's not low. It's not low so you think, oh, it's not valuable, I'm not going to buy it. It's low so they can keep buying it, but they don't tell you that. But when you dig into how much gold does JP Morgan own? It's like 32,000. It's 300 tons. 300 tons. Money Heist was 900 tons. So 300 tons is a lot. Hey, Bobby, just getting in. Good to see you. Yeah, I was a little worried. I didn't see any watchers, and I normally have, like now I got 4 that it says, and I normally always have watchers, and then we can do what we do is with the questions. So that video just posted, I think this morning, the one I did on gold. So if you look for it yesterday, I was going to send it to some friends. I didn't even see it to pull it. I was on my YouTube on my phone, and I go, I'm going to send this video to somebody. My guy owns a gold mine in South America. And so I was going to send him my video, which explains why the price is low, which is the whole JP Morgan argument. So if you haven't had a chance, it's up there now. I would highly recommend watching it. But it's basically JP Morgan's got 300 fucking tons of gold. And as I said, 32,000 ounces are there. Go ahead, Bobby, ask away. We did football. If you want to review something, go ahead. But there's 32,000 ounces in a ton of gold, and JP Morgan owns 300 tons of gold. So if you have any gold questions that should I buy it, I think that answered it. Yeah, I saw your other gold video from 2 days ago. Okay. Yeah, it's like 35 minutes. So it's enough to give you the roundabout and the JP Morgan and everything. And then just keeping it simple, not in the middle of my 3-hour class here. So that's why I wanted to do it. I don't know if YouTube held it up or what, because I looked yesterday and I didn't see it. I was like, what the fuck? I was going to redo it again this morning, but my foot was bothering me again yesterday. And I limped to the doctor, and he gave me the colchicine, and he gave me a steroid, and I took it. And now I woke up, my foot's fine. So I'm like, okay, fine. Stay away from the diet pop and the sweets, because I've been eating that for the holidays, and I can see what it did to me. So I'll stay away from that. I got some chicken I'm going to cook later. Thank you, Bobby. I like to know, because I know it's good information, but if I don't teach you, then it doesn't serve the purpose. The purpose is to teach you. So that's what I'm trying to do, especially football and the gold and the economics. So one guy tried to say that the inflation is supply or demand. So what he's trying to say is inflation is supply side, where there's shortage of supply, so the price is up, or demand side, where people buy today because they think price is going up. He doesn't get that that's not inflation. Those are the effects of inflation. The cause of the inflation is always the money going up. He gives you the effect when he says supply side or demand side. That's the effects of inflation, but not the actual inflation. I have that in my notes, and I purposely, I don't want to find it now. I'll find it after, but basically, because I looked at that and he's wrong. It's, again, once you print the money and you cause the inflation, that's the inflation. Prices go up because it takes more money to buy it. And he thinks, oh, the inflation's over and it's coming down. It's not coming down. They still have the money out there. He thinks, well, there was the supply chain and that's fixed. And bullshit, the supply chain's fixed. The truckers are having problems with the $5 a gallon for diesel. So where do you get the supply chains fixed? All of a sudden it's fixed because you say it is. And this is the idiot who thinks that the U.S. has 8,000 tons of gold, which they don't. That was in Fort Knox in the 50s. This is not, we haven't been in Fort Knox lately. Anyway, so again, misleading the population, trying to say, oh, inflation's coming down, look, it went from 8 to 7. Well, first of all, it's not, the number is about 15 to 20, and it hasn't gone down. And if your food's still going up, then inflation's obviously, it takes more to buy it. So that's what this idiot, these guys are so stupid. Just be careful. I can barely watch any of them anymore. They're just thinking price is inflation and not the money supply. And when they think that, it just, they don't get it. And it's very hard for me to watch it because I know what it is. So what was your interesting gold, silver question, Bobby? Anyway, yeah, it should start to go soon. There's too many countries going bankrupt. China, Russia, all Europe. Apparently, Europe did something with the U.S. Today, so there's more problems with the U.S. and Europe. They'll probably all go BRICS countries. They all probably want, as their dollar gets destroyed, to go on the gold standard because they trusted the U.S. The U.S. fucked everybody over. So they'll probably be everybody on the BRICS. And when you hear this New World Order, which is supposed to be a one world government, and I got that from the Wild Wild West, a show in the 60s with, what's his name? Robert Conrad. And I saw that the first time. And then I hear it now, and there's no way there'll be a one world government because you can't get it now. The West and Britain are here, and then there's all the China, Russia, Europe, and Africa and Asia who want to get on this BRICS to get away from the dollar. So the U.S. is going to join that and lead it? No, the U.S. has to be the leader. They're too stupid not to be. And then, so how is that one world government when you got two? And the BRICS is currency where it's all gold backed. So if that's all it is, who cares? Question. So when it comes time for us to sell, and let's say that silver's 300, you mean 3,000? Will the guy at the coin store buy the silver for the 300, or will he attempt to buy it for less? Well, just ask him, I guess. He should buy it for the spot. So let's say you have your American Liberty, and that's 300. I'm sure he'll give you 300 for that. The other ones you bought, maybe he'll give you 290 for it because he says, well, it's not the Eagle. It's so maybe they'll play games with that. My best guess is to ask them when you buy it, is it all the spot? But again, we bought it a little bit cheaper. So if I get 295 for that, will he offer to give you 200? He shouldn't. If he does, you go on eBay and sell it. So remember, this isn't the only seller. Also, if we create a club where we got buyers and sellers on our own, we can kind of not black market it, but use that as our judgment, and then just have a club and we say, okay, Bobby wants to sell his silver. This guy wants to buy it. Here's our price is $3,000 an ounce. So you're going to sell it to Bobby for 3,000. I mean, we can do something like that, which I was thinking sort of to be a money maker, which is a market maker, which is they have in stocks. So when you sell your 100 shares of Coke, you're not selling it to anybody. The market maker's buying it. And then when the next person wants to buy the Coke, he sells it to him. So there's a middleman buying and selling the stocks. You're just selling it. He's buying it, and then it goes to somebody else. And they make a lot of money because they take a little percentage of it. Because, for instance, they usually charge 27 or slightly more at the coin store and online, but the spot price is 23. Yeah. It's like the coin store is charging a little more than whatever the given spot, because the spot price isn't right. And they're selling it where they're buying it from. So if they buy it from the U.S. Mint, the U.S. Mint charges them 23. And then the other coin stores get along and they probably go online and say, what are you selling it for? And they go 27. Then that's what they're selling it for. But when it comes in the other way, it'll be very similar. The price will have gone up, and then it's just simply a matter of Okay, the price went up. Gold hits 40,000. If I got to take 39.5 for my Cougarans, I'm taking 39.5, keeping in mind that I don't believe it will. I believe go on eBay and see what they're selling them for, and you'll give you a better flavor because they're probably pretty much spot on eBay. And are the Eagles different than the Cougarans and the Maple Leafs? I don't believe so. I think they're very close. They really shouldn't be because you're really selling an ounce of gold. And it won't be 300, it'll be 3,000. You missed the zero there, Bobby. Because once this goes, it goes. And like I showed you, JP Morgan's got 600 million ounces of silver. Just in case you're wondering, is it a good investment? And believe me, when they go to sell it, it'll be very high. When the U.S. has to buy it back from China and Russia to have their currency backed by gold because their currency is going out of business, then you'll see what they pay for it. But generally, you're paying the spot price for it. So, what is this? Don't know. So generally, keep in mind we won't have a spot anymore. What we'll have is an actual physical market. That's what's missing, right? So you have this COMEX spot. Well, that'll be gone. COMEX will be blown up, and you'll have physical. And the physical will be 48,000. There'll be an exchange, sort of like a stock. The difference is, like if you see Coke at 40, you sell it for 40, and you go, okay, I'm selling it. We don't have that in gold. We don't have a market like that. And so therefore, if silver's 3,000 an ounce, you would want to just sell it. But we have differentiated silver, the American Eagle, the Buffalo, the Maple Leaf, the Kangaroo. These are all different. Now, should it matter? No. Is it all Coke? Well, it's kind of like Coke Light, Pepsi. It's kind of like pop, right? So is pop different? Yes. But I don't. Gold and silver are gold and silver. It really shouldn't be much different. It may be very small, but that's kind of what we need. And what we've never had is an exchange for gold and silver. Even money, you know what money goes for. You can see a currency for the dollar and a ruble, because I do that, or the dollar and the dollar and the hryvnia, or Ukrainian, or I just had to look for Jenna. She needed to give her kid money for Poland, because kid lives in Poland to stay away from the war, the younger one. And she says, I need 500 Polskis. And then I did the look, it's $450 a Polski, so it was only $100. I said, I can give you $100 for the $500 loan. Well, that's the difference. Jenna's trying to help me and try to take out a loan. And so I said, here, I'll send you the 100. Now in the Ukraine, I got to send via RIA because I can't do PayPal and I can't do Western Union or any of those because of the war. So I found a different place. Anyway, so that's what the FX, but it isn't the FX rate. And then these outlets, let's say you use PayPal, I can send her US dollars. She would then go to the bank and get whatever the exchange rate is in Ukraine dollars. But it's a dollar's a dollar. So I'm thinking gold is gold and silver is silver. Who makes it really shouldn't matter. They're selling it at cheaper prices. So if I go into my gold store and I get the American Eagle and it's 1980, but I can get the Maple Leaf for 1920, or for 1920, and then for 1880, I can go get the Cougaran. Well, that's because there's less demand for the different ones, but at the end of the day, it's all gold. And I don't think we'll have that problem. But if you lose it, you won't lose much. I'll say, all right, you're spending a little less on it. So silver hits 3,000 an ounce, so maybe you get 29.50. Are you going to bitch? No. No, you can always go to eBay and sell it. The question is, what do you get? What money are we getting? We know we don't want this money, right? We don't want the heavily inflated US dollar. So if we do get this, we're fucked. We got to go pay our bills and then buy more gold and silver with it. Now, if this has already gone out and they've come out with the new money, like every other country, has come out with new currency. That's what the U.S. will do. It won't be the central bank digital currency. If I already explained it, the politicians will not, well, the banks will not allow the politicians to vote that in. So we will never have the digital currency. Other countries will, but I don't know how that. So if I fly to Switzerland, what am I going to do? I'm going to exchange my inflated money for what? How do I get Swiss digital currency? How the fuck does that happen? Or am I still going to get whatever they have? They had the Swiss franc. I'm assuming I'll buy Swiss franc to spend in Switzerland. Or in Germany or Austria, I'll buy euro and it'll just be the new euro. I'm assuming the money will always be available. You got too many businesses that rely on cash, restaurants, cabbies. I know in Portugal, half the cabs didn't take credit cards. I had to pay them in euros. That's not going away. You're not putting these guys out of business. So I assume you'll just come out with new dollars. Now, when you sell your gold, you want the gold in the new dollars. At least it'll be like, give me $100. I'll give you back 60 of the new ones. But then all the prices will be adjusted. So now if you're paying $5 for Oreo, now it's half. Now it'll be $2.50 with the new dollars. And then your bank will just change it so you'll still use your credit and debit card, but it'll be there. Or maybe, I don't know if the debit cards go out and revalue and just zero you out. I don't know. That's what I heard, and then I'm not sure. And the person I listened to turns out to be an idiot, so I'm not my friend, but that video I showed you is not, he's talking about Brazil. The U.S. will be different than Brazil and Argentina and that. But we are in the midst of heavy inflation that is not going down. It doesn't go down because you keep printing. Raising interest rates doesn't kill inflation unless all the money goes back in the bank. They get rid of it, but that's not what's happening. Nobody's putting their money in. You're afraid of the money being hurt. So, yeah, while the Coinstar can, but look what they're doing. If you get the Buffalo, it's cheaper than the Liberty. And if you're buying an ounce of gold or ounce of silver, that's all you're buying. So, yeah, so they're just trying. There's different prices for different types of silver and gold from different countries. But, if you're buying for 27 and you're selling for 3,000 and they take, okay, it's 29.75. Are you really going to care? You did pay less for it, but it should all be about 3,000. And again, check eBay because that's the market. Yeah, it's easier to go into the coin store. I don't think he'll try to buy it for less. I think he'll buy it for whatever the market says. So that's why we need a new market that actually says gold's 50,000 an ounce, silver's 3,000. We need that in a market, not COMEX, because COMEX isn't a real market. Anyway, the recession's coming. The stock market's going to crash. It's just a little bit more. Raising these interest rates is really just destroying the other countries, which is the start of going to, replacing all of the things. But a lot of countries are not buying the bonds that are U.S. and it's just there's a ton of money out in other countries that is just being sent back. So we're really going to get hit with hyperinflation because all of a sudden you get $1 trillion back into you from these other countries. You're fucked. And that's what they're doing. All these other countries own U.S. dollars because their currency is so bad. So they've been buying U.S. dollars. But now you're going to see we don't want them anymore. And our solution is this BRICS backed by gold currency, or they come out with the gold backed euro currency or whatever they do. And you'll start seeing that, and that'll be really the key. So that's what's coming down the pike. Again, it's like I said, the key is when JP Morgan, basically the key will be when there's no more gold and silver to buy is when it'll start jumping up because too many countries want it. And there was a lot in COMEX, but that's going away. And if you notice, JP Morgan is not selling their gold. They're keeping their gold. It's in 3 different vaults. They stole all the gold from Comex, which is funny as hell. So if you try to get your ETF, if you got your ETF and you're trying to get gold, you ain't gonna get it. JP Morgan's got it all, and they're not gonna give it out. So keep that in mind. So basically, that's what's going to start happening. What else? I don't know. We can talk a little economics. I know how much Bobby likes the economics. So the depression was caused by the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, caused the depression, trade implosion, major reason of World War II, let the war parties come to power. So once you fuck the dollars, you let the Hitler and the Stalin and all those guys come to power. And it was all, what's a tariff? A tax. So instead of having free trade, Adam Smith, the invisible hand, you had tariffs, which means I'm going to charge you 20. So if me and Bobby want to trade something, I'm going to charge you 20% to trade with me. And why do you think that? That shouldn't be the issue. It should be free trade. Okay, Bobby, I won't charge you anything to trade with you. It'll be the trade. That's the trade. The New Deal, no free trade, regulations up, off of gold, taxes increase, raise government spending. So you can see it's all the same. You get rid of free trade, you raise the regulations, you get off of, as soon as you get off of gold, nothing good happens, because then all the corrupt people come in and print. Bobby, what do you think of the jobs report that's coming out tomorrow? I don't really care. I don't pay attention to it. It's government figures I don't trust. What does it mean? What does it matter, Bobby? First of all, can you believe the numbers? Second of all, I don't know. I mean, as the baby boomers retire, they're not on there. As people work from home to do Bitcoin, there's a lot more people working from home. That doesn't get registered. How does that get counted? If I'm teaching this class and you're paying me for it, how does that get counted? So there's a lot of people not going to work. So how does that, is that just people working? Is that unemployment? Unemployment or unemployment claims? So I don't know. I mean, what do I care? You're still inflating the money supply, right? That's the key. You're inflating the money supply. So even when the inflation report comes out, it doesn't mean anything, because they're not counting food and energy and rent. So the three key things that they need to count, they're not even counting. So how can you look at 8 or 7 or 9% inflation and even take that seriously? You know, it's like a good 10% higher. So that's the point of that. Why World War II happened. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, the London Economic Conference never happened, which was to restore trade and stabilize the currencies. That never happened. So it's interesting how a war starts, right? You start fucking around with it. And it's always about money. Every war is about money. Otherwise, why are you going to war? But every war is such bullshit. I'm going to send you to war. I'm going to send my army out. Well, what the fuck? You got to send these guys to kill each other? What kind of culture do we live in when we have armies in war? I get the armies are to protect, but not to literally go out and shoot somebody because you have a disagreement with the guy. I was watching The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly the other day, and it's the Civil. If you remember the movie, it was during the Civil War, and all these guys are fighting for a bridge, and they're all dying, and they're running. And Clint Eastwood goes, "This is the greatest waste of life I've ever seen." And what was the reason? I mean, why is America fighting each other, which is bad enough? The whole reason of the war was about the tariffs that the North wanted to put on the British for the South wanting to sell them cotton for their the South. The England wanted cotton, and that's what they did in the South, and they couldn't sell their goods. Well, imagine buying a cotton farm and you're thinking you're going to make all this money, and then the North says no. Well, of course you're going to go to war with it because you're fucking with my money. But to have a war is ridiculous. So why would the North go to war? Why don't they just say, you can sell it Adam Smith, free trade. You can sell it any way you want. That's the problem when you get off of free trade. You get off of Adam Smith. Again, the 4 ways to finance a war: taxes, bonds, the banks print money or the government prints money. And the inflationary ones are when the government prints money or the Fed prints money or the banks. And the debt happens with the bonds and or the Fed. So you got a war. How am I going to pay for all the soldiers? So it's like a football team. How do I pay for it? That's why I don't understand, like, about baseball. We're like these small, like Oakland's a small team. You're like, well, fuck, can you be a small team? Your owner should make $50 billion like all the other owners. And if he doesn't, he should sell the team to somebody who's got money. Well, why don't you have a bigger TV contract or whatever? However these guys are making money, it should be evenly split. Although you should have a reward if you make the playoffs and win the World Series. You should get more. Like in the NFL, the team that, like the Lions, get money for coming in last every year, but the Super Bowl team should get a bigger reward than they do. They probably do with TV commercials or whatever. J.P. Morgan, political entrepreneur, cartels, and antitrust laws. In other words, he was an asshole. Morgan got us into World War I, sold arms to both sides. This is the guy with all the gold now and running the Federal Reserve and running COMEX and fucking everybody over. Sold arms to both sides. So this is like the guy on Sherlock Holmes running the country. Moriarty. Well, war is good. I'm going to sell my cannons and my weapons and my artillery and the ammunition to both sides. And this is the guy we've got. This is the problem when you got assholes like that running things. 1917, U.S. goes into the war. Lenin starts communist revolution. So you can see all these bad things about a war and how it starts. U.S. was a debtor before the war, which means they had the money. And then after the war, they were a creditor, which means they borrowed. After World War I, it fucked up everybody. World buying from U.S. on credit. It was a house of cards like Germany. 1921, raised tariffs, starts the Depression at first. Easy money. Agriculture gets busted, government bailout, starts the Depression. So you can see how it's all the same. You print the money, it's easy money. People borrow it, then they get fucked because they borrowed money, but they can't get a return on their money. So if I borrow $100,000 for a business, I expect that $100,000 to get me $500,000. The problem is if it's a bad business, a stupid business, there's no demand for it. I didn't use Say's law. Then I'm fucked. And now how am I going to pay it back? Oh, the government will bail me out. How the fuck does that happen? What do you mean the government's going to? So they're just going to print money, which is going to fuck everybody over because it's going to cause inflation to bail me out. Why are you bailing me out? I made a stupid choice. You shouldn't bail me out, just like these banks. Why are you bailing out these banks for making stupid decisions? Or in this case, J.P. Morgan fucking with the gold market. Why are they getting bailed out? Why are they allowed to be in business? Because the guy's the biggest asshole who runs everything. So anyway, the final exam topic is fiduciary credit inflation, which generates the trade cycle, which we've already covered. I'll do a video just on the trade cycle. That way it's all condensed. Again, what the problem is, we're living in a Keynesian world where most of the financial planners will tell you to buy stocks and bonds, not to get out of them, and not to buy gold. And again, these guys don't understand gold, but yet JP Morgan has 300 tons of it. Russia, China, with, the difference is I can show you the JP Morgan 300 tons. I really can only hear that China and Russia has a lot, but I can't show you. And when I show you the U.S. has 8,000 tons, I can't show you that. I can't believe that. I don't think they have any. So keep in mind, we're run by the Keynesians, which when it gets into government is socialism/communism, which is government controls the markets instead of the free market, where we control the market. And that's critical. We need to control the market, not the government, because the government doesn't know what we want and they can't set the prices and they fuck everybody up. You don't want government controlling anything. You want freedom and you want the free markets. Bobby was wondering what the professor thinks as these reports tend to trigger market moves. They don't trigger market moves in real, Bobby. They're excuses for them moving the market. So what do they do? When they say the gold price is down, they're not telling you though that's a derivative gold price with bullshit by JP Morgan selling derivatives. That's why the price is down, so they can buy more gold and silver. But they don't tell you that. They'll tell you that gold's down, but they don't really give you the real answer. So when they do this, the market moves, and then as the excuse, they say, "Oh, it's the job report, it's the unemployment report, it's the inflation report." That's the excuse. That's the magic. It's watch this hand as I move this hand. That's the magic. The market moved. Oh, we'll blame it on the jobs report. Oh, look at unemployment's up. Oh, look, inflation's down or whatever. That's the excuse. They don't know the excuse. That's not the excuse. The excuse is JP Morgan printed $1 trillion and his buddies bought stocks. Or they realize that the inflation of the money is too much. They get out of the money to buy gold, but they don't. Have you ever heard JP Morgan buy gold? Has that ever been told to you? Has it ever been really told to you that the Russians have 12,000 tons and the China has about 35,000 to 40 tons? Has that ever been told to you? No. Has it ever been told to you the Indians are smuggling in gold and silver for their jewelry and they're selling it to the Russia and China? And no. Do you ever hear anything positive about gold? No. Why not? Because they don't want you interested in it, because they want you to be a slave for the dollar. So do you ever hear that? So what would they actually tell you that's real? So if something moves tomorrow, they'll blame the jobs. So as a way of moving the stock market, they'll go, oh, look at the jobs report was positive and the market moved. And the jobs report is negative and the market moves. Is it really telling you anything legitimate of what's going on? Oh, Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy. Are they really telling you that? I watched Hogan's Heroes the other day, and they flat out was saying that the Germans go to Argentina, which really happened. And the show is in 65, 66, and the World War II ended in 44. And it's proof the Germans went to Argentina to live because it's a German cities in that country. And then here's Hogan's Heroes saying that, but they won't tell you that Hitler lived there until 1961. They'll just, but it was a Nazi place, and there was people that went there and found houses that are German, and German money and swastikas and everything else was in Argentina. But they won't tell you that. So if you want to believe that, oh, it's because of the jobs report or the unemployment report or the inflation report, you're out of your mind. It's got nothing to do with anything. Stop listening to the government. Whatever they tell you is not real. You've got to understand that. So, Bobby, yeah, just like when the Russian-Ukraine war started last March, they blamed it on the market crashed. I doubt that had anything to do with it. These bastards are full of lies. Well, of course. And people just fall for it, sadly. Well, the new kids are really a problem because they go to school. And as I told you the story about my daughter, she sneezed in her elbow. And I'm like, what are you doing that for? Get a Kleenex and you sneeze into your Kleenex. If I were to sneeze, I'd sneeze like this. I wouldn't sneeze like this. That's gross. But they're kind of taught to listen to the teachers and then listen to the government. This is the problem we're having now. So the people believe in socialism because they're being taught socialism. They think it's better that the government take care of them than they take care of themselves. That's the biggest problem right now. So when a guy like me comes on and teaches you the truth, you believe it because you've been lied to enough, and you're hungry for the truth. But these kids are not hungry for they just believe the lies they're being told, and they don't hunt for it. Although it is a good sign they're buying Bitcoin because they at least realize that. But I don't even know if that's Americans, or I think it's mostly Russians and Chinese kids that are actually buying the Bitcoin. I don't know how many Americans are. I don't know everybody that asks me says, I don't trust it. And I go, what are you trusting? What is it? We don't know what it is. How do you trust Bitcoin as it's down? Let's see what Bitcoin's at today. If I go to my gold thing, and then there's an option for crypto Bitcoin price. And the Bitcoin price is Bitcoin price is 16,845. So back in October it was 25,000, and then it went down to 19, then 23, then 18, then 21 briefly, then from 21 down to 16.5, and now it's 16.8. So you're going to tell me why Bitcoin, so that's just Bitcoin. So let's go into the others. I think there's a way to just review cryptos. Now it just gives, see, now it doesn't even give the price, it just gives market cap. Now here's something funny. It says buy gold and silver with Bitcoin. Well, I would do that in a heartbeat if I had any Bitcoin, but I'm not that stupid. So again, don't pay attention to these prices. They're not real. So what I'm trying to do is cut through everything, give you the truth. And you need an open mind to understand it and then trust. And so I'm trying to, I believe I've earned your trust. You wouldn't be here listening. But that's not what you get. You don't get the truth from most people. And then you're trained to just listen to the government. As I've already explained, they lied about everything. 9/11 was a gold robbery. But they're not going to say it because they want to make it a terrorist attack. So the guy who insured his building for a terrorist attack gets paid. And then they all get a cut out of it. Somebody stole a lot of gold. I believe it was the Israelis. And but I'm not sure. And then if you ask questions about it, if it doesn't make sense to you, then it's a conspiracy theory. And they're quick to doing conspiracy theories. Hitler didn't die in his bunker in 1945. He died in Argentina in 1961. But if you were to question it, you're a conspiracy theorist. Well, what did he do? Some guy got burned and thrown in a blanket. You think Hitler got burned and can you prove that was Hitler? No. Well, where's the body? As they say, did you see the body? No. Then you don't know he died. Of course he had doubles, and there was 6 entrances and exits out of the bunker. So did they really check all 6? One went right to the airport. So if you went out of the bunker through this door and you walked, I don't know, a mile, you were in the airport. There was also one to the train station. So if you're stupid enough to believe Hitler died in his bunker, I'll sell you oceanfront property in Detroit. A guy like that with that kind of money, is he really going to commit suicide? Really? And the people that were getting him out were the Swiss and you won't believe this one, the Vatican was helping Nazis to Argentina. So you could either go to Norway and sub it, or you could go to Switzerland and get out, or you could go to the Vatican and get out. That shows you the Vatican, how corrupt they are. as you saw in Godfather 3. But everything's corrupt because money is corrupt. And if you can just print millions, what do you think's going on? So it's all corrupt. And unfortunately, we're fucked because we're in a system of corruption and no laws and people lying to us to tell us what we want. The media is totally fucked. You can't believe a word of it. I can't even watch it. I go on the bike and I see CNN. I gotta I take out my phone and put on a football game that's on YouTube or something. I can't watch it. Even Fox News, I can't trust. Half these idiots on YouTube are just salesmen trying to sell their gold. You can't trust. Oh, next week this will happen, and the next week happens and nothing happened. They're all full of shit. They're trying to get you to buy it, but they don't do it properly. I tell you how to buy it, but I'm not selling gold. So if I tell you, there's no reason behind it. It's just to educate you. Bobby, yeah, just like when they showed that one video on bin Laden watching TV in his room, I didn't think that was the real bin Laden. Yeah, I don't even think he did anything. He was just a scapegoat, like Saddam Hussein. The U.S. puts him in charge, and then when they do something wrong, the U.S. takes them out and kills them. And that's what you don't hear is all the corruption. CIA kills a lot of people. The FBI is all corrupt. As you can see what's happening with the elections, and that's all bullshit. So you see what's happening. It's very sad. And unfortunately, it's you never hear the truth because they won't let the truth come out. And if you do find the truth, you get killed. So it's insane what kind of a world we live in. But you need to understand the world to understand how to survive it. And really, the best way I can teach you is to take your football money that I help you on and go buy gold and silver with it. That's really the best thing you can do. It's the only way to survive is to own gold and silver. Otherwise, why would all the banks own gold and silver? And why would JP Morgan have 300 tons of it? Why would he have 300 tons of it? Wouldn't a bank rather hold money? Or why would a bank hold gold if they have money and they print the money? They run the Federal Reserve. Why are they holding gold? The only reason is they know the money's worthless. They understand the scam. It's worthless. I'm buying this. This is what I own, 300 tons or 96,000 ounces of gold, roughly. So why would they? That's the only reason they'd have it. And then thinking outside of the box, they go, how can I buy it cheap? Let's keep the price down. We'll have this COMEX keep the price down. And it's all money fixed and money laundered. And they know that. And they've been guilty. They've been found guilty of it. I read you the 3 guys on the video who should be going to jail, but probably won't because I don't know if JP Morgan will allow them to go to jail. They all made millions and millions of dollars by price fixing it to keep the price down so nobody's interested in it. So if I told you that the Mickey Mantle card's worth $100, you wouldn't want one. But if I tell you it's worth $1.5 million, guess what? You're in line. And that's really the difference. At least the baseball cards have a free market and are at market prices. So the Jordan rookie at $1.5 million is actually the price. We know the market. So why is gold and silver the only 2 things we don't know the fucking real price of? What is that about? And that's what you keep asking Bobby and everybody else. When's it going to go up? When there isn't any more to buy, I assume, and that's really, really close. And then the war, and then the BRICS countries are really the key because the BRICS countries are going, okay, we don't, we're going to have dollars backed by gold. Well, why would they do that if the gold's not a good thing? So the BRICS countries want the gold price to go up. Most of these countries want the gold price to go up because they're in heavy debt of buying this U.S. dollars. But there's so many U.S. dollars out there that until it all comes back, that's when the inflation really hits. And that's when gold really hits, is these other countries with the U.S. dollars. Because keep in mind, we've been the U.S. dollar for the whole world. And they all own U.S. dollars. So as they start shipping them back, but that takes time. There's a lot of countries who have U.S. dollars. But as it comes back, the inflation is going to be through the roof, and the gold will be through the roof also. But it's just a matter of it's happening. But I can't say next Tuesday, but it is happening, and it will happen very soon. I believe in the next few months it'll happen. And I think the war and all this money backed by gold, and the Saudis are now taking yuan for gas, not U.S. dollar, is all keys to it coming to an end. So the dollar is going to come to an end. They'll just replace it. And then the gold should finally reach a physical market, which will finally get it to where it should be. You could call it money and say, well, it doesn't really, but it's not an investment. But is the Mickey Mantle card an investment? Is Bitcoin, what's an investment? Is stock an investment? Is that the only thing? Because the company will go up in value. Well, don't you think gold's going to go up in value? Isn't it the same thing? Because it's been held down. That's the key to us right now, is because it's been held down, it'll go to where it should go. Then, so gold's now 50,000 an ounce. Now, yes, it's not an investment. Maybe it goes to 60 or 70 because the new people coming in, but then it'll reach a time where then now it flattens out. And that's when now it's a money, it's not an investment. Right now, it's just waiting to go to where it should be because there's no market for physical gold and silver to move it where it should be. Hey, Prophet. Looks like the Bengals-Bill game will be declared a no contest in AFC teams. Oh, my God. Okay, so that means Cincinnati won their division, and then if KC wins, then they're the 1 seed and Buffalo's the 2 seed, because the percentage, if Cincinnati's got 5 losses and Baltimore's got 6, Cincinnati's got a better percentage anyway you want to slice it. They have more, what are they? So they're 10-5, or Cincinnati's 12-4, Baltimore's 10-6. So if Cincinnati loses, they're 12-5. Baltimore's 11-6. Percentage is still better for Cincinnati. So Cincinnati's locked in. How do you not make the game up? That's just ridiculous. So what's Buffalo? Are they going to play this week? Because so it's okay to play New England this week, but not Kansas City. KC is the number 1 seed now, only if they win. If they lose and Buffalo wins, Buffalo's the 1 seed because they beat KC. If KC wins, they're the 1 seed. So let's bet KC to win. I took the game over because, I don't trust them. Yeah, if they beat Vegas, and they're 9.5. So as we saw last week, they needed to win, and they beat a very bad Denver team by 3. So I look at if Oakland is true and they score all those points against Frisco, they'll score all those against KC. So I like the game over. I can't trust KC. They don't have a defense to cover 9.5, more or less 3.5. But keep that in mind. That's Saturday. So if they lose, we're betting the house on Buffalo. If they win, then the Buffalo game is meaningless. New England needs it for the playoffs, so this will be interesting if Buffalo plays or not. And that's really the question. What are these teams that aren't in it? How do they play or not? So we will see. Anyway, so that's what happens is why are these people interested in gold and silver if they're not, if it's not, doesn't have a value? Why aren't they buying Bitcoin? How much Bitcoin does JP Morgan have? You think they have any? I bet you they don't have any. Just this idiot, what's his name? Sorensen or whatever, this one guy who owns a sailor. So he's all into Bitcoin. He's going to lose his ass. Why wouldn't he buy gold? I mean, that one company bought 500 million ounces or dollars worth of gold. That made sense, but why would you buy Bitcoin? It's where's the asset in it? Looks like Buffalo and Cincy will meet in the playoffs anyway. In round 2? Not round 1. I like Cincy to beat them, but the difference is the game will be in Buffalo, not Cincinnati. So Cincy's kind of getting screwed here. but we will see. So anyway, that's the question to ask. If they own the gold, well, why do they own gold? And if it has no value. So the banks aren't stupid. They know to buy it. They know the currencies are coming to an end. They'll have to print new currencies, but most of the currencies will be backed by gold. That's the one thing. So they do know they need it, but it's just going to make them a lot of money. JP Morgan and Chase and these banks that have a lot of gold. And they're getting out of the derivative market because they know it's about to shoot up and the derivatives are all going to get burnt. So they're buying the gold in lieu of, they can't get rid of the derivatives that they shorted. That's what was supposed to happen December 27th was the derivatives fell off the table and who's buying it. So you can see gold going up a little bit in the derivative paper market, but we need a physical market. Once we get that, then we'll really get a true value of gold. So anyway, it's definitely a good thing to buy. It definitely will go up a lot. Just from the inflation, meaning that the value of the dollar goes down, more dollars to buy the gold. So just because of that, you're going to need the gold will go up in US dollar. But once the US dollar cracks and they come out with a new US dollar, gold won't even be valued in dollars. It'll just be valued in what's its purchasing power, which will be huge. So just be patient. That's why you keep enough money to pay your bills. But when I go into my coin store, there's a lot of people selling the gold because they need the money, and that's what's happening. So just be careful. I think they're screwing all the people that retired. You know, you retired a couple years ago. You think, okay, I'm fine. I got a couple 100,000. Then I got my money in stocks. Like if you go to one of these mutual fund, well, what do they call them? These money managers or whatever, whoever you go, your not a stockbroker, but your financial planner. Your financial planner, when you retired, put you in dividend stocks and probably bonds. Doesn't understand inflation or gold. He'd never put you in gold, and he doesn't understand inflation. So everybody's getting screwed by this guy because the stocks are going down, the bonds are going down, and they're not in gold or silver to protect them. And so people are selling the gold that they had because their stocks are getting crushed. I know so many people that are like, I lost a fortune in stocks. Yeah, of course you did, because of the inflation. You're not going to, stocks aren't the place to be. It's gold and silver, but the only person talking about it is me. So if you don't know about it, how would you do it if you've never heard of it? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Can't wait to place my next order tomorrow, Professor. It gets me hyped up when I hit submit order. Yeah, I mean, it's even better when you receive. I'm glad you got it. That's good. That's the stress. That's why I go to the store. I don't want that. I don't want to wait for the mail to come. I can't do it. It was different when I ordered from the store that I went to when I was in Alabama, and I knew I was getting the FedEx. I didn't really worry about them sending it to me because I had done so much business with them. But what I am worried about, like if I just called these other places, I'd be worried. And then what's the delay on them and everything? Feels like Chris. Well, yeah, but it's a great Christmas gift. And you realize all you're doing is trading money for gold. You're not spending a dime. In fact, you're making money on it, because not only are you taking inflated dollars that are going down in value, you are actually, so you're taking a dollar that's worth less tomorrow for gold that you know is worth a lot more than you're buying it for. So even if you conservatively put silver at $100 and you're paying 23 and you're spending it, you took 23 US dollars that's going to be worth 15, in a week, and you bought gold that's $28 that's really worth 100. It's really worth 1,000, but let's say 100. So all you're doing is trading. So you're not even buying anything. You're not even spending anything. You're just making a very smart financial move of taking paper dollars and buying gold and silver that have already, will be going up for something is going down. So it's pure, this is going down, this is going up. What do I want to be in? So all you're doing is trading it. You're taking the dollar, you're buying the gold or silver. That's all you're doing. So it's not even like you're going to a mall or Saks, and you're buying a shirt that you've spent money and you bought a shirt. Well, the shirt's not going to go up in value, but the gold and silver. So you're not even spending a dime. You're actually, every time you do the purchase, you're making money. And it's just you're waiting for this to happen. The difference is you're stressing a little because you don't have time. You got to do it soon before they go, well, silver's 2,000 an ounce. And you're like, fuck, I could have got it for 25. That's what I warn you about. That's the biggest warning. It's coming. It just hasn't hit yet. But when it comes, you're going to be like, oh, fuck. It feels like this is why this class is the real deal. Thank you, Bobby. My orders arrived this week. Very nice. Thank you, Phil. I'm glad you got it. I was a little not concerned, but did they give you the time on it? Was it like it took a week or 2 weeks, or did they tell you it'd take a month? That's my concern, is them getting the supply in. Oh, Phil, you got the maples. And don't you love the kangaroos? Aren't they cool? They're Australian minted. Nobody's going to question it. It says an ounce. Well, you guys bought silver. It'll say an ounce of silver on it. Buy the gold ones, guys. The gold kangaroos are nice, and you can get a half-ounce one. So it'll only be $1,000. Well, it's not. It'd be like 9 something. But if gold wasn't worth anything, why would they sell it over spot? Who would want it, right? See, that would be the critical part. If nobody wants gold, how do you raise it from spot? So if spot's 23, or let's say spot's 18 and a quarter, and they're selling the Eagle for 19.75. If there was no demand, nobody would buy it. They'd say, no, I'll pay 18 and a quarter. But they can't keep it on the shelf at 19.75 because everybody realizes the real value is 40, 50,000, and therefore they don't give a fuck what they pay for it. Silver could be 28 or 30 or 40. You don't care. It's 2,000 an ounce, and you're buying it for that. Now you just have to wait for the shit to finally hit the fan. But between all the gold and silver and the currency by the BRICS coming out in gold and silver and getting off the petrodollar where the US dollar is collapsing, right now JP Morgan controls it. They're not going to control it once it gets out in the open. Then it's BRICS, and then it's free market, and then nobody can control it. And that's what we're waiting for. Phil, yes, Bobby. No, they let me track it the whole time. Took about 8 days or so for 2 different companies to deliver. Oh, that's not good, or not bad. As long as you could track it and you trust the companies, so that's the key thing. But that's why I just drive to mine. And let's say I'm paying an extra $1 where I could get it from these other companies cheaper. I don't care. I don't want to. It's not worth the wait. It's not worth $1. I'm paying a fair price. I bought the 20 for $28. Oh, I could have got it for 27, so it would have been $20 cheaper. Do I care? Hell no. I want it in my hands and done. That's what I'm looking for. Bobby, did you guys get the white plastic for the to hold the silver in yet? Did you find it? Did you order it? I would say that's critical. Not only that, but once you start going, I'm up to over 400 ounces now. Once you start going, what are you going to do with, Bobby, you keep buying. So let's say you get 200 ounces. Well, you can't just leave it in a bag. You've got to put it in these plastics to at least hold it and then ship it, or wherever you're going to store it, in a safe and the Cool Whip things. You need it condensed so it's easy to just pull 20 and go. Phil, has Professor ever heard of milk spots on silver? Yeah, I was reading it happens with silver kangaroos and Britannia. It leaves milky spots for those 2 in particular. Some chemical thing at Mint they do. I noticed I got my maple leaves were a little bit stained, but it doesn't matter because it's still an ounce of silver. So if I have a choice between buying the U.S. silver, the buffalo, the maple leaf, or a stained kangaroo, and we'll cut the U.S. maple leaf will be more, but let's say the buffalo, let's say the others, they're all the same price. It depends. If I like the kangaroo better, I'll probably buy it. But if I like, I'm going to buy whatever I like. It really doesn't affect the value from what we're doing. We are not looking for gem mint condition coins and buying it as an investment. We're looking at an ounce of silver, an ounce of gold. So we don't care about the condition as much. Now, we don't want one totally bad, but as long as it's got a decent condition, as long as they know it's an ounce of silver, people will buy it. They might pay you a little bit less because it's got that, but I don't know if that's really an issue. I do know when I go buy it, I'd prefer something that isn't stained versus it is, if I have a choice. If I don't have a choice, I don't care. I'm buying silver. Yeah, Professor, I'll be including some in my order for tomorrow. Well, how much are you ordering, Bobby? If you order 20, if you order 10, ask them for the 20 container. Then you can take 10 of yours and add it to the container. You don't have to buy the container. But they should, on a normal order of like 10, 15, 20, you should get the container with. It should be an automatic thing. My guy, he gives it, even if I order 10, he gives me the container. Right, I understand it'll has the same amount of silver. That's what's important. Yeah. It's only if there's a choice, but I don't think it'll be any less. I just think it'll be if all the other silver is going for $1,000, I don't think you'll have a problem getting $1,000. It's not affecting the value. If it's an old silver coin, if it's a mercury dime, let's say, and it's MS-70, which is absolutely gem mint, like a PSA 10, then you'll get a lot more for it. But I wouldn't buy, like, if you're buying a 2023 silver Buffalo or Liberty or any of these, I wouldn't waste your time with the PS70. You don't need it valued because it's not the point of it. I had bought and won a tenth of an ounce gold when I was married, and I looked at the price, and it's the same price. It's the gold ounce that went up. So it's like I bought it for 25, it's 370. But when I did the math, yeah, but it's the gold that was $300 an ounce is now 1,800. So when you did that, yeah, that's the value of it. It's just it's the value that it's now 1,800. So if gold goes up, it went up with it, but it didn't go up because it's an MS-70. So you want to buy the old coins, maybe MS-70, but I don't give a shit about that now. I'm just buying the gold and silver to own gold and silver. Bobby, I ordered 2 containers and a few plastics. Okay, well, plastics you really want for your gold, those little holders I showed you. That you want for the gold. The silver, just put in the plastic that put the 20 in there. Now, there is Canadian maple leafs that come in at 25. So if you order Canadians, you can get 25 instead of 20. Maybe you order an extra container for that to put your things in. But that's all. But really, you do want them. Like the container's not bad. Now I got a red box where I put like 15 of these 20s, and I had to get another box because it was so damn heavy. But the gold's not, because you can't. How much gold can you have? Like I said, I'd love to own 1 ton. 32,000 ounces and a ton of gold. It's unbelievable. And then when you think about it, and the Chinese have 35,000 tons times 32,000 ounces. Oh my God, they're very rich. That's why they don't want this at 1,900. They want this at 50,000. And that's what the U.S. also is fighting, is they're going to make China a rich country, and China will be the richest, but there's in such chaos, they won't be able to run the world or have that. But that's why they got all of it. I heard a story that they knew we were going to crash because once we went off the gold standard, they understood from Adam Smith or these guys that Milton Friedman, whatever, that we're going to collapse. It's just when, because we're not backing our money by gold. And once you don't do that, you're fucked. And we're fucked, basically. We're fucked. It's coming down to gold and silver, and it's soon. And they're doing it. They know it's happening, and they're doing it, and they're speeding it up to get into the gold and silver. And you watch. I'll try to do another pull on JP Morgan. This was through May. Now we're almost in May. I wonder what JP Morgan, I bet you they own 400 tons of it. And it's just not much available because they've stole it all from the derivative. Well, that wasn't really a lot of gold in it, But these ETFs, they stole all the money from that. That's why there's no way if you own an ETF, you're getting an ounce of gold. You've got to get physical. And just understand it's going to go up. Don't see, people are like scared because, well, it's at 1800 and the record's 2000. And you're like, no, it's a $50,000 an ounce coin. It just has to get out of the COMEX price fixing. And I was watching some guy today, and he's sitting there going, well, the physical is really what they have at COMEX, and that's how they'll get the physical price. And you're like, the fuck are you talking about? Physical price will be at a free market price, not at COMEX, or how much physicals in COMEX. That won't get you the physical price. They might try to sell it at that, but we can go to Europe and get 50,000 for it. We're all getting on a plane and go to Switzerland. That's where I'm going if I need to, because it'll be different price for different countries. But they'll take the U.S. They'll take any gold. Gold's gold. The only ones they won't are Russia. They've, like, because of this problem, the sanctions. I heard that Russia can't sell their gold outside of Russia, or like Switzerland won't take it, but we won't have any problems with the U.S. Or any of the gold. You can go to Switzerland. That's basically what's happening. So you have a Keynesian world where they want a mature economy. Nothing can be invented, demand side economics. So the government tells everything. And that's what's running the U.S. That's why we have the problems we're having. That's why we have the government problems we're having and the money problems. Their answer is just keep printing, not let the consumer, let it be free market. And they don't want gold because they want the government to be in charge. So that's really the cause of all this bullshit. How it came to be is beyond me. They just have the power. They printed money, and it's easy sell for these politicians who are a bunch of morons to just say, look, we can just print money and pay you. And so the lobbyists come in, here's $1 million to vote this way. And then you've got a corrupt government, which we have. And it's a shame that you can't trust your government. You can't trust the elections, that they're real. I believe Trump won by a landslide, but you can't prove it. So what are you going to do? If I just don't vote, because what's the point? My vote's not going to count. And I don't really care about it. Whoever gets in is corrupt. And so what's the point? It doesn't matter. I know I'm fucked. All I can do is try to get a job, save my money, and buy gold and silver with it, and then escape with my gold and silver to another country. That's really the only play we have. Most of you don't know that play. Most of you are sitting there going, I'll trust my government, and I have 500,000 in my bank. Well, now you have 300,000 because the value just dropped. Oh, now you got 100. Oh, you can't even get to it. Oh, or here's the new currency. So your 500,000 is worth 200,000. That's what nobody's really understanding, and that's the sad part, is the government fucking over everybody. But no, well, I believe in the government. I trust them. Bobby, do you use plastic covers for your silver bars? No, I don't use anything. I have one silver bar, but all my silver coins are in the white plastics. I showed you that. I don't keep any in that because there's just too many, and I don't need them. Silver's okay. If you put the 20 in and you seal the plastic, you're fine. It's not, the air's not going to get to it. And, there's silver bars. Where the hell would you keep a ton at, Professor? Rent a storage unit? If I had a ton of gold, now the ton of gold JP Morgan has are the James Bond Goldfinger bars. And where do they keep it? JP Morgan has 3 different vaults, one in New York, one in London, and one in Singapore. So they probably have 1 ton in each one. What are you going to do with it? Because if I had a ton of gold, I would be in Switzerland at the vault that's 2 miles down, that even if there's a nuclear bomb, wouldn't affect it. That's where I would keep it, at the Swiss vault. You certainly can't keep it in the house. You certainly, even in the storage, and you can't trust the banks. So that would be the only place that I would go, would be Switzerland with it. How the fuck you would get it there? What are you going to do? FedEx it there, or UPS, or land, or air freight. Now I know maybe you put it on a container and you ship it there because that's those big containers hold. But let me have that problem. I'll work it out for you. But I'm not going to buy 32,000 tons of coins. I wish I could. But maybe rent a storage unit for now until you can get it into Switzerland. I would think Russia could still sell gold through the BRICS nations. No, they just can't sell it to Switzerland or the West. So I know they sell it to China and probably India, but they can't. They just can't sell it to Switzerland because of the sanctions. So yeah, I'm sure they can sell it. I also don't bother voting. It's clear they have no interest in representing me. Well, plus you can't count your vote counts, and it's all corrupt. And they just go to the lobbyist, and they do what the lobbyists want. So I don't even understand the point of it anymore. It's ridiculous. Professor, would you buy a house in the town that vault in Switzerland is at, so he could walk to it if need be? Yeah, maybe. Well, if I had that much gold, I'd probably be buying a house somewhere near Switzerland, or Europe's different. You can be in Austria, and it was a 2-hour flight. We went. I took Carmen for Christmas, so we stayed a couple days in Austria and Vienna, and then to see Switzerland, we flew to Switzerland, took a few hours, stayed in Zurich for a couple of days, and flew back to Austria for New Year's. And it was interesting. Switzerland's really cool. Just don't take a taxi there. They got these trams, and you could tram from the hotel to downtown. There was plenty of restaurants and shopping and a little bit of a lake or whatever. Actually, I think it was Lake Geneva and that, but that's probably what I would do is if I had it, or an apartment or something where I could keep an eye on it. But I probably want to get out of the U.S. pretty soon with all the corruption going on here. Yeah, laugh a good problem to have, 1 ton of gold storage. Well, if I had 32,000 ounces, I'd be certainly storing it, and I would certainly have the money to store it. So yeah, hell yeah, we will be in a gold silver field trip to sell. Yeah, we might have to go to Switzerland, and you guys are welcome, and we'll get on a nice flight and go there and just go to a bank. And did you see the movie A Girl in the Dragon Tattoo? With Runa Mari, the girl. It was in English. They made it in American. There's some that they make in Europe that are Girl with the Golden Tattoo, and there's 3 movies, but they only did the one with Peter whatever, the director. It was very well. James Bond was in it, and I would say that was James Bond's best movie. Daniel Craig was Girl with the Dragon Tattoo or Layer Cake. All of his Bond movies sucked. Casino Royale was only good because they had the poker in it. The next one was terrible. Skyfall was terrible. God knows what they were fucking doing with Spectre. What was that? We know Blofeld. We've seen it in all the James Bond movies in the 60s and 70s where they fought Spectre and Blofeld. What the fuck? You're trying to introduce us to him like we don't know who it is. What was that movie about? And I didn't even see the last one. You really want to watch James Bond die? Yeah. Oh, that's what I want to watch. That's like watching Batman die or Spider-Man die. Like, no, that's not what we want to watch. We're not watching the movie to see James Bond die. Thought that was an extremely poorly written movie, and I didn't even watch it. But with that said, where was I going? So in the movie, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, at the end, she steals all the money from this guy because she's a hacker, and she gets into all his accounts, and she goes to Switzerland, puts on a wig and sunglasses, gets on the video cams, and they see her. She goes in and empties the guy's accounts and buys all these bonds, and then comes back to the bank the next day with all the bonds and gets cash for it and puts it in her account. And it was like $10 billion. And it was so clever. That's what I like. That was the best part of the movie. And so that's what I like. Very clever. So we can do that. We'll just go with our gold and just say, put it in our account. Swiss banks are probably the best banks to be in. But I don't know what I'm going to do with, I don't know if I'll take the money or leave the gold and sell an ounce here and sell an ounce here and buy a Mercedes with this half ounce and go from there. But that's what we'll end up doing, buying a house with an ounce of gold, because the ounce of gold will be worth so much. And the guy selling the house, what's he going to do? He can't get money. The money will be worthless. So what's he going to do? And he'll need money. So what we're banking on is that everybody's going to need money because they're all getting fucked. And we're going to walk in with gold and they're going to go, yeah, I'll take gold. That's real money, because they'll figure it out. Once the light bulb goes on, and it's going to go on when you start losing the dollars, that's when people wake up out of the sleep. And that's where we're going to come in with gold, and we're going to take the gold and, oh, you need money. And I heard these stories. It was like guy would sell a Cadillac in the 20s, like when the Depression hit, for $100. Well, we'll be sitting there buying mansions with 1 ounce of gold that we paid $1,800 for, $1,900 for, or our silver is going to buy us a whole shitload of stuff because it'll be real money. And that's the idea. That's real money. That's why the banks are holding it. So they have real money. The banks are doing it to get rich. They're not doing it for the customers. They're doing it because they know that's the key. You don't think Putin understands the dollar or the Chinese, that if I have gold and it goes up to 50,000 an ounce, I'm a rich boy. So why do you think these guys are buying it? They know it's going to go up in value, and they know what they're going to be able to do with it. So that's the key to it, is that's really why you hold it, because people will need money as they inflate it and fuck everybody over. Now, first they'll come out with the new money, but how long will that last if it's not backed by gold? That's why you can only pay attention to money backed by gold, which is what the BRICS countries are going to do with the money back. They're going to back it by gold, and it'll say on it, it'll say like this dollar. I'll magically put it together. We'll have a little note, probably like here, and it's going to say backed by gold. That'll be on the bill, or it'll be little gold writing or something, backed by gold. Then you'll know that's what you want, is backed by gold. And then you're fine, because then if you ever need the gold, you have the dollar. And that's what we're looking for. So that's what the BRICS will do, which is going to force the US and the UK and the Euros and the Canadians to have money backed by gold, because nobody's going to want money not backed by gold. People aren't stupid. Once it's backed by gold, then you're fine. Then you know, okay, I have gold. But basically, you think you have gold. We'll still be smart, and we'll keep our ounces around. The way I look at it, I'll sell a few ounces at 50,000, but the rest I'll just keep. There's no reason to sell them. I mean, and then I'll go from there. But yeah, I'll get a nice house so I can show that one asshole who thinks I don't know anything because I live in an apartment. Well, here's my house that I bought with my gold, that I don't know anything. Unbelievable. Obviously a Bitcoiner. So anyway, that's what we need to do. So we need to form a group that kind of, we buy and sell each other's gold to get out of the system, and not necessarily black market, but just to get, because we won't know the value. So until we know the value, there's nothing we can do. We can't say, okay, Bobby, I'm going to buy yours for 50 grand, or you're going to buy mine, because we need the proof of the value, but that'll come out. We'll just watch what they're doing in Russia and China and Europe for what the real value is. But if the U.S. tries the bullshit of, well, it's what it is in the COMEX vault, it'll be cleaned out. So it'll eventually be this Russian gold price type of thing, or somebody needs to come out with a sort of a stock exchange for gold, right? Where this is the value. Even that gets manipulated. So we need a clean value of gold. And that's what if they're not working on it, we should work on it. But that was like baseball cards. It was the same thing. I'd said to this guy worked for Beckett, and he'd do the prices at the shows. And we'd talk about cards, and I go, you don't have the value of this. He says, what would you do? I said, I'd make a stock exchange of it. Because he would say, let's say you bought a Jordan card and you'd pay $100 for it. Well, is that the value? Well, no, because each transaction's a different value. So Bobby might sell me a Jordan card for 75 and Phil might sell it to me for 1.25. Well, what's the value of the card? Is it 75? Is it 1.25? Somebody sells it for 200. Somebody needs the money. Somebody sells it because he needs the money for 50. What's the real value? And I told the guy, you need a stock exchange. You need it where it's set. Coke is selling for $64 a share, and then you can sell it for 64. That's what you need in the baseball cards. And that's what we need in gold and silver, a true value of it. But then you need a money maker, a market maker. And the market maker, I sell the gold, he buys it. And then he sells it to the next guy wanting it. That's what a market maker does. And he makes a little commission on the side. That's what we need for gold and silver. But we don't have a fucking market. And COMEX is fixed. So it's not COMEX. So the value of gold, you can't even look at COMEX. We know where it's going, and it'll be way up there. What do you think the reaction from the artificial diamond market to Beers runs would be? I'm curious if diamond jewelry would tank if gold shoots up, or are they unrelated? Probably unrelated because gold is really money. And I know De Beers has the monopoly on jewelry. But I know they make, like you said, artificial diamonds. I think there's real diamonds that De Beers might make, or somebody makes it. But yeah, I think it's just another asset. It's like, what would happen to the Mantle card if gold goes up? Nothing. Or the Burrow cards or the Jordan cards. I don't think anything will happen. It's kind of their own identity. It's like a Rolex watch. So let's make this a Rolex question. By artificial, I just mean manipulated, not. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that's an artificial market too. So let's say you have, what was I going to say? Rolex. So let's say you own a Rolex worth 50,000, right? And now gold shoots up. Nothing will happen to the Rolex. It'll still be worth 50 grand because that's a real market value for it. But we can walk in with a half ounce of gold and say, all right, I'll give you this for the Rolex. And you can buy the Rolex with the half ounce of gold that you paid $900 for, and you can buy a $50,000 Rolex. That's what will happen if the guy wants to sell his Rolex. He certainly isn't going to take fucking US dollars for it. He's going to want real money. And if you come in with gold or 5 ounces of silver, you're going to buy a Rolex if the guy needs the money. So I don't think anything will happen. I think De Beers will still, diamonds will still have whatever value. Will it go down? Well, what's the demand for diamond now? Are you buying diamonds for money and for profit? Or are you buying diamonds to get married and things like that? And I think you buy diamonds to get married. I don't have diamonds as a collectible. I don't even try to get diamonds as an asset because what would make, see, let's think of this as they think of Bitcoin. They think of Bitcoin as I can spend 16,000, it'll go to 50, which is never going to happen. So we know gold's going to go up because it's been suppressed. Is the diamond market being suppressed? So what you're saying, Phil, is I just mean manipulated. Is the diamond market manipulated? Is the price higher than the demand, than the market? Let's call it free market is what we're looking for in gold and let's say diamonds. So would it all of a sudden shoot up? I don't know. Because we don't look at diamonds like we look at gold. We know gold's going up. Diamonds, we don't know. I don't know the value of it. I don't know if I bought a diamond. I know diamonds come in different grades. Like it's surely like a coin. You want an MS70 or a PSA 10 diamond cut and clarity and stuff like that. So you want a real shiny cut clarity. There's 4 C's to it. That's what you want, but I don't know the value. And is the value of that going to go up? The value of it should go up because of inflation, because again, if I'm inflating the dollar, I'm losing purchasing power. So it should cost me more for a diamond. Now, I don't know if that's happened or not. I'm not following diamonds. I could go into my gold store. He sells diamonds and I could ask him. But I know what's going to happen with gold and I know it's money. So I focus on that more than diamonds. They should go up in value just because if they're manipulated and the dollar is losing value, then everything that's an asset should go up. As I said, houses have already gone up, so they're going down because of the high interest rates, but we don't have to worry about interest rates with gold and silver or diamonds. So I don't know. I don't know that they would go down. I think it'd probably be unrelated. I don't know that I'm running to sell my gold for diamonds, thinking diamonds are going to go up. I know what I'm going to get in gold. Maybe some people, but I think it's pretty unreal. That's when shit is going to hit the gold and silver fan and send us laughing all the way to the fucking bank or the coin store, I should say, or eBay or Switzerland. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're in the movie where we know the ending. And we're just waiting for the ending. We know who killed who, and we know the bad guys and the good guys. And basically, we already know all this. So we're just waiting for it. And it's hard because it gets anxious. Like, when's it going to happen? When, because we want to be right. We want to be smart. And we want to, like, look at what we're doing. So therefore, I want to, when's it going up? And that's all I can say is, it's not like we know these football games are Sunday, right? I know Dallas is playing Washington Sunday. I'm going to get the result at 4:00. So I know that's going to happen. So I agree with you. That's the frustration. But as I've explained in that other video, it's all related to JP Morgan with the 300 tons of gold now. Oh yeah, banks don't like gold. Yeah, sure they don't. 300 tons. That was in May. It's probably 400 tons or 500 tons by now. So that's really the problem. Is right now the banks want to buy it cheap, so they're keeping the price down. So at what point can they not keep the price down and they can't sell it cheap? And once it starts going, it ain't going to go 3,000. It's going to go 30 or 40,000, and that's when people wake up, and that's when a lot of Americans start. You're going to see a lot of suicides because these people like, oh, I think I have $1 million. No, you don't. And what kills me is all these billionaires. They're not billionaires. They just have a stock that's gone up a lot. But like Zuckerberg, he's broke. Like, he was a billionaire, but it was all in stock. And when the value of his Facebook went down, he doesn't have any money. He doesn't really have any money, or he's too stupid to know what to do with it. But these idiots have not bought gold or silver. Your Bill Gates, they're all going to be broke. But I'm not even talking about those guys, just the regular Joe who thinks I got 700 grand in the bank in my IRA, and I'm getting my little monthly things. That's how I'm retiring. Well, these people are going to be in for a rude awakening, because all of a sudden they're not going to have the stock money, and they're not going to get the dividends, and the money's not going to be worth anything. That's the part they're missing. They still think they have 500,000, and they still think they're going to get dividends. They don't realize the stock's going to crash, and the money that you're getting in the dividends is going to be worthless. What do you think the people in Germany did in 1930 when they owned a nice house? Next thing they know, they're selling it for $200 because they need money. They'll take anything, and they got an asset. So that's why the people who have money tend to make a lot, because they can buy these things cheap. But what we're doing is we're multiplying it by a lot by having gold and silver. So if you think money's good to have, gold and silver is 20 times the value of the money, or more than that. But it's huge, the value of what the gold and silver is going to give you, versus if you listen to these idiots, they're like, well, that's why money is good to have. Money's not good to have if it's being inflated to zero. Why would I want money? It's not going to have a value either. They're thinking, well, you have money to buy assets when people need to sell. So we're taking advantage of people who need money, who need to sell their assets. But they're not realizing the money's not going to have value. The money goes to zero when it's inflated, always, 1,000% of the time. So if we're into gold and silver, that goes up 1,000% of the time. That never goes to zero. It can't go to zero because there's no government debt on it. It's not a debtor thing. It's an asset. This is debt, right? The government prints more. This is a debtor's thing. This is an IOU. We owe debt on it. So therefore, that's why it goes down. Gold and silver has no debt on it. Gold and silver, pure as the driven snow. It's clean. It's an asset. Sort of like your Mantle card or your Brady cards. It's the same thing that doesn't have debt on it. You have the card, it goes up in value. That's what has to happen. All the assets go up in value. Now, the guy selling his car for $100 in the Depression, which maybe he spent $1,000 on, because back in 1929, 30, how much was a car? $500, $600. So to use that analogy, the reason that went down is he needed the money. He's selling it out of desperation. That's different than the car value dropping. The car value didn't drop because the guy paid $100. Now it's worth $500 or $600. So he's laughing all the way to the bank with the purchase he made. Or if we buy a Rolex for $50,000, so we take out 3 ounces of silver or whatever, 5 ounces of silver, we buy a Rolex for $50,000. We just spent that. It's worth 50. That's a beautiful asset play. But you got to find a guy who needs to sell it for the assets. So that's our play, which is what their play was. That's why they say being money. And we laugh going, no, the money will have no value. The gold and silver is what I'm going to use to buy the Rolex or the Mantle card or, whatever it is that you want to buy, you're going to use gold and silver to buy it. That's why I keep saying buy as much as you can. And if it's hard to buy a lot of gold because it's 1,900 an ounce. How many ounces? I remember taking 10 grand in, and I got 5 ounces or 6 ounces at first. I mean, that was just brutal. But I got the ounces, and so that's really the point. Is you just can't buy a ton. You can't buy your 32 ounces of gold, but you can buy 20 ounces of silver, especially buffaloes. At 28 a piece, cost you $560. Well, I can do a lot of damage with that. I can buy probably 40 a month and let it grow, and that'll really help me. So that's kind of what I keep saying. Whatever you have, you don't have enough. It's no risk. It's just a brilliant move that you have. That just buy as much at 28. It is not a $28 coin. It's a $2,000 to $3,000 coin at least. And who knows, once it really goes and once everybody starts freaking out, the thing could be worth 10,000. What'll happen is it won't be worth US dollars because there won't be a US dollar to value it to. It'll be worth what it buys. Oh, I want a Rolex. Here's 4 ounces of silver and you get a Rolex. That's what the key will be. You'll use it for groceries. You'll use it for rent and stuff like that. And then you'll use it to buy, you'll more or less use the gold for houses, cars, Rolexes, whatever you want to buy that you've always wanted that's expensive. Pull out 1 ounce of gold for $1 million mansion. That'll be nice. I can't wait for that one. But that's the key to it, and that's what will happen. So yeah, Bobby, when the shit hits the fan and it's pretty shitty out there now, and it's only going to get shittier now that we're in 2023. This is when D-Day is supposed to happen. Keep an eye on the Russian war. Keep an eye on what's happening in Europe and the BRICS countries with their dollar. Europe's first to go. Japan, Germany, the euro, when they go, keep an eye. India. What will they do? My guess is they will come out with a new currency. They'll kind of keep it hush hush. The digital currency, I mean, it'll just be an other thing, but how are they going to do it? And, I just don't see that. That's a pipe dream. They'll come out with real currencies, another currency. And then you got to hear, are they waiting to back it by gold or not? If they don't back it by gold, it's still worthless. And they've done nothing, but you'll see what they do is what we'll do. And that'll be your nice test. Hi, Greg and John. Been a while. Well, it's been an interesting lesson. We talked football. The free pick we went with was TCU over with the Seattle game and the Green Bay over. Games that we're certain that they need for the playoffs, no matter what happens. Seattle has to win, and they're the first game. the night games, Green Bay, Detroit. No matter what happens, Green Bay has to win. Maybe Detroit needs it if Seattle loses, but we're going over with the game. So it's over TCU, over Minnesota, or over Green Bay, and take Seattle. Now keep in mind, Minnesota's out of it, but Chicago's going with their third string quarterback, not Fields. So I think Minnesota might get a little bit pissed about last week and actually play. Here we're talking gold. That most people talk money, so they seem to think that they'll buy things cheap with money. And I'm saying money's not going to be worth anything. That's why we're buying silver and gold, to buy the things, the Rolexes for 50 grand with a few ounces of gold or silver, and cars and houses. That's what we're going to buy, but not with cash because it won't have a value. I told a good buddy of mine about investing, and he just says, I'd rather just leave it in the bank. Oh my God. He says he'd rather leave it in the bank right now, right where he knows he can see it, and said he has no interest in potentially losing money. He's also the same friend who's had a $1,000 car payment. He put no money down and working crazy hours to make car payments. Well, I have him watch one of my videos, because then it's not you telling him, it's me telling him. That's the best thing you can do. See, he's clueless, so he doesn't understand inflation. He doesn't understand the banks. I mean, I don't know how much money he has in the bank. He's got to work all these hours to pay $1,000 note. But this is the problem when you talk to these people. They're not going to get it. You have to go back and explain inflation and explain what happens in the other areas. Then he's got to see it from the light's got to go on for him. You can't turn the light on for him. That's what I've learned. I can tell you about it, and then I can see you guys get it, and you guys are taking care and buying your gold and silver, and you guys will be okay. But when I go to the hot tub and I tell somebody, they don't get it. They just don't get it. So there's nothing I can really do to get them to understand it, but teach it to them and say, this is what inflation. But even if when you explain inflation, they don't get it. When you explain the money's worthless, they don't get it. Or the bank's not going to have your money, they don't get it. They don't believe you. They just believe what the government tells them because they're all brainwashed. So there's really not much you can do with somebody like that. And you can say, look, if you buy silver, you're not losing your money, because silver will go up because silver is real money. So if you say take $1,000 and buy $1,000 in silver, you haven't lost anything. In fact, you've gained money because silver will go up and the dollar's going down. So that's all you can do. But you're not spending a dime. You're trading your paper for silver or gold. That's what you're doing. How are you losing any money? If anything, we all know silver's worth more than the 28, and we all know the dollar's going down. So in a sense, none of us are spending any money to buy gold and silver. We are trading useless fiat currency that's being printed like water for something that's an asset that goes up when this shit goes down, which it's doing, which in the history of world, every fiat currency has gone to zero in the history of the world. Look at the fucking Romans if you don't believe it. Look at the English and the French and the Amsterdammers. All those I've taught you about, they were the number one currency, went to zero. They all went to zero. They all came out with new currencies. British and French had gold, and then they got rid of the gold and they printed money. And then the next thing you know, they're gone. Britain's still recovering. France is recovering. You never recover. And then every country that's ever gone back is because they got off the gold standard. So when you trade money, nobody's losing a dollar here. We're all making money hand over fist by trading our worthless fiat currency backed by nothing and buying gold and silver. It's a trade. We haven't spent a dollar. We are not out anything. We have the money. If you need the money, you can take your ounce of gold or your silver back to the coin store, and he's going to give you the money of whatever the spot is at the day, which we try to stay away from because the spot's so low. We're waiting for the spot to go up. But you haven't lost a nickel. Every transaction, I value my silver at $50 an ounce, and I buy it for 28. I make money every time, but I really know the value is $2,000, but we're not there yet. Or my gold, it's all sitting there. I'm paying 1,800. I value it at like 40,000 right now. So that's what I value it at, not the 1,800, because I know that's not real. And I know it's just when people wake up, that's when it's really going to hit the roof. But these people have no idea. Some of these guys on the YouTube have no idea. They think it's still going to be connected to COMEX, which is not. That's not the physical price, and that'll never be the physical price. The physical price will be a competition among the world. It'll, the Chinese physical price and the Switzerland physical price will not be necessarily what the US is, but it should all get to the 40, 50,000. That's where it'll all be headed. And you can see the demand and the JP Morgan. Greg and John, I did a video about 30 minutes yesterday on JP Morgan owning all the gold. Please watch that if you haven't. That'll really clear it up for you why the price is low. It's basically so they can buy more. Did you know JP Morgan has 300 tons of gold, which is 32,000 a ton? They own over 100,000 ounces of gold. Why? It's got no value. That's a fucking bank. So keep in mind, it's kept low to buy. And when you buy it, you're just trading dollars for that. You're not spending the dollars like you're going on a vacation and it's $2,000 and you've just spent $2,000. This is you're spending it on assets that are money that's worth more than the money you just spent it on. You're making money every time you do this. It's the biggest no-brainer I've ever seen, and it's just I wish I'd have done this in the 90s when gold was $250 an ounce, because I knew this was going to happen. Once I got out of my master's program in 95, and my ex bought us baseball cards, and we got into that. Now, ironically, I'm getting the Mantle and the Ore and the Montana and the Rice Rookie, hopefully, are 10s, and then I made more than I could have on gold, but that's just the ironic part of it. So what you got to do, Bobby, is have them watch one of my videos and just pick a spot and then show them that JP Morgan has all this money and explain he's not spending anything. It's not an expense. It's just a trade, and then see what he says. But, this is the perfect problem with America. He knows he can see it, and he has no interest in losing money. This is the fear that the government teaches you. Trust us, and you'll have your money. But if Howard tells you, or Bobby tells you, or Phil tells you to buy the silver and gold, you don't trust them because the government's not in on it. So you think, I'll lose my money, and I don't want to lose. I'm scared to lose my money. And what we're telling you is you're already losing your money. If you do this, you'll actually own money. You don't own money right now. You own a piece of fucking paper. You own garbage. This is what you own. And if you buy gold and silver, you actually own money. And the bank doesn't need to be involved, and you keep it. And then as the value goes up, you take it to eBay or the gold store or Switzerland, and we sell it. And that's what you do. And it's the only way to convince anybody, is that they're obviously, again, scared by the government. But that's what the government does. They have to prove they're worth something, because they're worth nothing. They don't do anything good for us. They ruin our money. They ruin our laws. They ruin our lives. They ruin the school. There's nothing positive the government does. So they have to create a way to look positive. So they do all this bullshit, and they don't really do anything. They destroy everything. It's a really a bad system. We need a leader, but we don't need a government full of corrupt bureaucrats who take bribes and lobbyists to get it. So there's really no law, right? And it's a shame that this has happened, but this is the problem once you get off the gold standard and once you go to a central bank. So since 1913, we've been fucked, because we didn't have a central bank, and we were the best country in the world with the most prosperity ever in life, even over the Romans. And between 14 and 1913, no central bank. We had the gold. We had gold. I don't know about a gold standard, but we had gold. There was always gold. You watch all these Clint Eastwood, a fistful of dollar, and what is it? It's about gold. They got gold. The guy gets gold. That's what it's always been until 1913. JP Morgan owns the central bank, gets off the money, starts taxing us and lobbyists and creates monopolies, and we're all fucked since 1913. The thing is, we've had so much gold for the 100 years that it's been like leading us, it's been keeping us safe. And then when Reagan came in 1980 and he reduced the taxes, that was like prolonged effect also, that Clinton didn't do shit, but we're still living on the Reagan tax cuts and getting the regulations off and everything. But all the presidents come in now, they're all corrupt. Look at Biden. He's the most corrupt I've ever seen. Him, LBJ, FDR, these guys were killing us. FDR killed us. He kept us into the Depression 15 years longer. Should have been a 1-year depression. It was over in 1930. The stocks had went back pretty close to where they should be. It was all over. It was all done. And then he makes all these stupid, let's have Social Security, where we don't actually keep our money. I give it to Bobby, and Bobby gives it to his mother, and everybody gives their money to somebody else. What kind of Social Security is that? Or just all these handouts and everything else, which was created by the government, where if you just would have left free market Adam Smith alone, you would have fixed the Depression. If you didn't do the tax, you did the Smoot-Hartley tax, created the Depression, which you just would have got that off the books, you'd have went back to normal, and we would have had all this prosperity. But no, they fuck it up. So this is what the government does. Then they try to repair their fuck ups. That's the problem. So the way away is gold and silver and stuff like that. That's how you avoid all that. But they want the power and the control. That's the problem with government. And that's what we got to be careful about. So if you want to trust the bank to hold your money, good luck to you. But don't come screaming to us when you go to the bank and there's no money in it. Or they've switched it to this new currency, which will last 6 months and then go bankrupt. You've got to be careful. It's got to be backed by gold, but they don't want it backed by gold because they can't have the power and control over us. That's the problem. But the gold standard is what's needed. You can't have inflation or any of these problems with the gold standard. But they don't, eventually they break it enough that they look what's happening. The BRICS countries are going back to the gold standard, and that'll force us to go back to the gold standard because we're forced to, not because we want to. So that then once you're on the gold standard, everybody can now relax and trust your banks. But until then, you can't. So all I'm saying is you go buy your assets. The diamonds are an interesting look, Phil. I don't know what the value is. And again, it's based on grade. Where gold and silver is not based on grade. You have an ounce of gold. If it's a Cougaran, an Eagle, whatever, it's an ounce of gold and it's going to be a set price. The diamonds are based on cut, clarity, color, and something, the 4 C's. And basically, the better grade, the more it's worth. So that's really the difference in diamonds. So you have to buy very crystal clear diamonds in order to really figure out the value. So it's like baseball cards. You got to man all the difference in grade. If it's a PSA 7, 8, 9, or 10, are worth a hell of a lot more. I think that's what diamonds are. Gold and silver aren't dependent on the grade as diamonds are. A Rolex, probably if it's all scratched up, it's not going to have the same value of a mint one. So I would think the $50,000 Rolex probably got to be in mint condition. And if it's dinged up, are you going to want to buy it? Maybe you give them $30,000 for it. But Rolexes have a value. It's all this gold and silver is actual money. So you can buy things with it. Are you going to take the Rolex to buy a guy's house? Maybe you do, but he's going to want the Rolex. He needs money because he's selling the house because he needs money, or he's selling the car, or whatever he's selling, the Rolex, because he needs money. And the money's the gold and silver. The diamonds aren't. Now, like you said about the diamonds, will it be the same? I think it's just a different animal. I think it's like put it in the baseball card camp because it's condition sensitive, or the Rolex. It's not money. I still need to sell it. What's its value? How do you value diamonds? This is a little different animal than, but it's an asset question. I don't know if you went on eBay, if you'd see the diamonds, or you got to go to a jeweler's, and then you're really going to get screwed. Bobby, I actually seen a comic store about 2 doors down from the coin store. I go to and wondered if they will buy some comics that I have that are still in the plastics. Do you think I can make money off of those comic books? Because I would take the money and buy medals. Uh, it's like everything else, Bobby, like our baseball cards. If you had a Batman #1 and it's in however you grade comics, so PSA 10 to keep it in the baseball grade, then yes, you could. Again, keep in mind when you go to the store, you're going to the seller. You want to go to the buyer. So you don't want to sell to a seller. He's not going to give you as much as if you go to a buyer. I'll take you back to the baseball card show. So when I used to go to a show, if I wanted to buy a card, I'm better off opening up a table, being a seller, and having the buyer come to me. And I could go to you and you come with your Batman #1 that's worth, let's say, 20 grand. Well, I got to make money and this, and you don't care. So I could buy it from you for 10 grand. But if I'm on the other side of the counter and I'm going to the dealer and he's got a Batman #1, I got to pay 20 grand for it. That's the biggest difference. So be careful selling to a seller versus a buyer. You're probably better off on eBay or one thing I thought about is going to the gold store and trying to get a customer and trying to deal with the customer, like talk to him after he leaves the store and say, look, you don't want to pay the premium. I don't want to sell it back get a loss. Why don't we split it? It's $1,800 and he's charging you $1,975. I'll tell you what, I'll sell you mine for 18 and a half or something like that, and get the buyer, get on to the buyer without the store because they're charging the premiums. So all I could say is you're better off. You could sell it. Yes, it's going to be condition sensitive. I don't care about the plastic. I need it graded. I was looking at starting lineups. I have a Michael Jordan 1990 starting lineup, and I think it's worth $5. And then I look at graded. You can get your starting lineups graded. It's worth like $1,000 if it's got a high grade for the same fucking Jordan that I think is worth $5. All of a sudden, my starting lineups are worth a whole lot more than I think they're worth, just like baseball cards. But that's the hassle of getting them graded and everything. So if you got a good Batman, Superman, something that's real good, the first Joker, something like that, then yes, you could sell it. If it's just a regular thing, you got to get a price guide and see what it's worth, see what he'll buy it from you. He'll only buy it if he lowballs you. So he might come across at 50. He knows he can get 200 for it. So maybe you take it in and see what he wants to buy. And then from there, what's worth more. And then you figure out a way to either get it graded, or if you don't want to go through that hassle, you need to sell it to a buyer. I would try eBay or an auction site, I guess, and try that. And then don't mail it until he pays you, and it's a PayPal thing. So don't do anything like that. I know what you want to do is take the money to buy more gold and silver. I also have old baseball cards that I always wanted to sell, but can't find anywhere to sell them. Go to eBay. All of these sales would be intended to, of course, the best way to do it is go to eBay and sell them. The best way to sell them is to get them graded because you'll get a lot more for the card. So if you have a Mantle card or a Mays card, you're going to want to get it graded because the Montana rookie, you saw it. I showed it to you. Let's say it's gem mint. Maybe I'll get $1,000 for it. But if I get it PSA 10, it's 100 grand. So I want to sell it for 1,000 if I think it's in really good condition. So these you might want to, if there's a card store around, see if there's a trade show around and be a dealer. So you set up the table and you sell them that way. At least you're in a place where there's buyers, right? So you could sell it to the buyers who are at the trade show looking to buy, and they're going to give you more value. So it depends on who it is, the condition, as always. So what you're really getting to is supply and demand. You have supply. Is there demand for what you're trying to sell? Then you work on the price based on condition and how many of these are out there and what's the supply. Look, how many is supply? You have one, but is there only 100 or is there a million? And who's the player? That's going to create demand, and then you can figure out a price for it. If these are not graded, do you want to get them graded first? And that's when you'd have to look at the eBay auctions for 1965. 1965 Topps Willie Mays PSA 9. What's it selling for on eBay? And then you have an idea what you would sell it for at the card show. And you could use the eBay ad to say, look, this is what it's selling for on eBay, because that's everybody's question. And people would rather buy it from you at a show. Like I'd rather go to the gold store and buy it from the store and not wait for the shipping and not all that bullshit. I'd rather just buy it from you and walk out. So I'd rather go to a card show, buy it and leave with the card, and I can see it and I can check the condition. That's why you buy the graded card, is because you don't know what the condition is without seeing it. So you see PSA 9, you go, oh, I know it's mint. Or PSA 10, I know, okay, it's a PSA 10. It's been graded, so you're buying a graded card, which is why they get much more for them. So the Montana 10 gets $100,000. If you just were to buy it from a store without graded, you don't know what you're getting. You're not going to risk $100,000. You might give them $5,000 if it's, but again, you need it really graded. So until you get it graded, it probably is going to hurt you. I'm sure it's going to hurt you, but it depends on the guy. So, any old Yankees, DiMaggio, Garrett, Ruth, Mantle, you'd definitely be able to make a lot. But again, I'd get them graded. Maybe the Ruth and the Garrett you don't need, but certainly if you can, I would get them graded. All of these sales would be intended. Yeah, I know. That's the idea. But your baseball cards will hold value too. Again, you have a good Mantle or a good Mays. It's when the shit hits the fan and the prices go down, the dollar goes down. You'll make money on it. So it's okay. You own a Rolex for $50,000. It's gonna go to 70 or 80 once the new dollar comes out, because it takes more dollars to buy it. So that's what happens. But all the assets should go way up. But gold and silver are real, and you can use them to buy things with. So that's the difference. But I'd still hold on to my Mantle cards and my Rolex and whatever else I would still hold on to, as it's an asset that's got value that's going up. So that's how you got to look at everything. But the gold and silver will buy you stuff. That's the trade that's the demand will be for gold and silver once the dollars lose their flavor. So I don't know, Bobby, have your buddy watch the video, because if I'm telling him, the light will go on. You can't tell it because you don't know about this, even though you do know about it. In his mind, you don't. But if he hears it coming from me, he's more apt to go, fuck, yeah, the light's going on. Especially the last half hour where I'm telling you we're just trading. It's not even, you're not spending a dime. You're trading your dollar for money, and you're getting something more valuable for something less valuable. But he's got to understand inflation kills your dollar. And once you start inflating, you're fucked. It just keeps inflating. So anyway, that's really what he needs to understand. But I understand you. If you have something, if you have a good comic, you won't get as much because it's not graded, but go to the comic store. But if you can go to a trade show, would be better, and then set up as the dealer, and then you're the seller selling to buyers. That's really what you want to do. You want to find buyers. And I don't know if you can put an ad out saying I got comic books or I got baseball cards or whatever. You can maybe do that and get buyers coming to the house, but they're not going to want to give you anything. I went to estate sales, and I got Barry Sanders Pro Set rookie that a PSA 10's worth $250. I got it for $1 because he had it in the Pro Set dollar thing. So I spent $5. I got 5 of them. So I made $1,000 with $5. but the estate sale is not, he's not really looking to sell the buyers. He's just looking to sell. So keep an eye on those to buy inventory. But that's about it. But just try to get as much money as you can. And that's what you're trying to do, Bobby. So look into it. It's a good thing to have, whatever you can get for it. But I do have some graded cards that I can try selling, but they're mostly 9, so I know I'm not going to get the value I want out of that if they were 10s. So I'm thinking of breaking them open and getting them regraded. But I think just to get money in, I got a 1970 Bobby Orr. That's like I think it's an 8 or a 9. It looks okay. I wonder what I can get for it. But just the 9s just don't sell for what the 10s sell for. Unfortunate. But who knew? I bought a 9 for not much, thinking, this would be a good card. So again, that's what you want to do. You're just trading money. You're trading paper for money. It's a no-brainer. If you need the money, you trade it back, but you don't want to sell it at these prices. You want to sell it when it goes through the roof, which is coming. Again, we can't give it a date because it's when JP Morgan is tired of buying it at 1,800 an ounce. That's when it goes up, but he might be forced because of Russia, China, and the BRICS countries. So that's kind of our key, is when they are ready to go gold back and announce their gold. That'll be the Black Swan event that'll make gold go. When it goes, it ain't going to $3,000, it's going to 30. Just like silver will pop to 1,000 and then go to 2. So do the best you can to buy it now. That's the hard part. Like, buy what you can now. Hopefully next month it's still there. You can buy it, but at one point you're not going to get it, and it won't be at these prices. So just keep that in mind and buy as much as you can. And then when it hits the fan, you go, well, I bought as much as I could. I can't buy it now, but I did what I could. So that's what you are trying to do. I just brought out my maples and kangaroos to shine the limb up. Are you shining them? I don't know that you want to put a glass cleaner on them and shine them, but you can. I guess you can. We're just selling we're not really selling the condition as much as we're selling the ounce of gold. So yeah, I'm glad you like them, Bobby. I don't know what else I can tell you to buy silver or gold. I know there's a Trump one, but that could be political and that could be a problem. People might not like it. But there's bars you can get from Geneva and some other countries that are the little bars. I think I showed you. And then there's the big 10-ounce bar I got. So there's other things you can get. But, have fun with it, but just keep buying it. You can't buy enough buffaloes because they're cheaper than the others. So just keep buying. But it's fun and it's very intelligent to do that. And again, it's a no-brainer. It's the biggest no-brainer lock you've ever done in your life. You cannot lose on it. The only way you lose is if you hold on to the US dollar. If you keep holding it, it's losing value. Now, that's the whole point. So by getting rid of it and getting gold and silver, it can only go up in value. Forget the COMEX bullshit. So it's a no-brainer, but the dollar can only go down in value. They keep printing it. And he can raise interest rates till he's blue in the face. That ain't going to stop it. What he's doing by raising interest rates is destroying the economy. You have to understand that also. As things cost more, sales drop, stocks drop. How do you buy something? It's more expensive. I was looking at Oreos just to shop, and it was like $5 for Oreos. But what I'm noticing is they're then putting it on sale, 2 for $5 or something, or $5.39 or 2 for $5. So I am seeing the sales if you buy multiple of them, because they can't obviously get rid of them. They're obviously nobody's buying them, so they give you the 2 for $1, and then you go buy them. But right now it's just crazy. So keep that in mind. You want to be careful. and just um, do what you can. But be smart. You are getting educated. You understand it, which is great. And then, of course, ask questions. That's why we do it live, for you to ask questions on things you don't know, and then I can help you with. On a football note, I heard one of the analysts mention that everyone will be rooting for Buffalo when they play against Cincinnati. I'm starting to feel like that might fucking rig the playoffs for the Bills. Buffalo cannot beat Cincinnati. What do they mean? Everybody will be rooting. What did Buffalo do? Buffalo's guy got injured in the game, so you're going to root for Buffalo because the guy got injured. Is this what they're trying to tell me? Well, good luck there. I'll take Joe Burrow over Josh Allen all the time. It's an over game. That was our lock, was the over and the free pick, and I got pissed that it didn't. I see 7-3 after 5 minutes of the game. I'm going, this will be in the 40s. This is a winner. And that's bullshit. The real sharps, us, will be on the dog. And if Buffalo's a 7-point favorite, we'll all be betting Cincinnati in 13 or the over very, very easily. Don't kid yourself. When there's money to be won, the smart person analyzes it and takes it. You think Buffalo's going to win 50-0 because the guy got injured? First of all, they don't have the guy playing, so they're already down an injured guy. Von Miller's out, and Micah Hyde's out. So Buffalo's doesn't have the defense. How are you going to stop Burrow? That's cool that he's improving in the hospital, but people right away start with the emotional bullshit instead of just letting the game play out. Well, that's why I don't watch it, and I just ignore it. Because it is bullshit and I don't care about it. I'm smart enough to not understand. Just like I don't trust Comax, right? This is why we think, right? And we analyze. This is what the professor does. Problem solve, analyze. That's what I do. So to problem solve, you need to analyze. That's how you pick games. That's how you play poker. You're analyzing. You're trying to figure out how to get the winner. And with gold and silver, we've analyzed it, and we analyze it by keeping everybody out. When I analyzed the Jets Miami last week, I analyzed the Jets Seattle perfectly, and I said Jets can't be a road favorite. Lockett was playing, Seattle kills them. Now, if I would have listened to people who are on the Jets because they're the Jets, I would have lost. But because I just took it into my own and I figured it out on myself, we got a winner because I didn't let anybody and approach me or screw up my thought. That's why I tell you, don't pay attention. You can pay attention to what this BetMGM says or ESPN, but don't really listen to it. You can hear the crap, but you just phase it out. Oh, okay, that's nice. With gold and silver, you're doing the same thing. You're ignoring the government. You're ignoring all the bullshit of COMEX, and you're just analyzing what's really going on. And that's what I've gotten to, is the reality of what's happening. That's what I'm telling you. Not, I'd rather have my money in the bank so I know what I have and it's safe. That's your first problem, thinking the bank's safe. Go ask the people in China who can't get into their bank accounts. Go ask the people in Sri Lanka and Pakistan who can't get into their banks in Greece. They can't get into their banks, so go ask them how safe they feel. Bullshit. If you think your money's safe in the bank, you're out of your mind. Bobby, yeah, and Hamlin was already filling in for Micah Hyde. Yeah. So look at that. Now you got problems. Professor, I don't remember what your answer was when I asked you if you sometimes take out your coins and hold them and shine them. You never asked me that question. You told me you took yours out to shine, but you didn't ask me if I do. No, I never. You're really not supposed to clean your coins. You can take like a cloth to it, like my glass cloth, and you could clean it with this, right? So you can take your coin and clean it, but I would never put a solution on it. That I know that ruins regular coins, because if you took it to get it great and you had an old quarter and you put Windex on it to shine it up, that kills the value of the coin. So I wouldn't necessarily with for sure with gold, I'd be using this. This is for glasses. Go to a glass store, go to your eye doctor or any eye place and say, I want this. But I would not spray Windex on it or any cleaner. You don't need them clean. First of all, gold's gold. You don't have to worry about it. And secondly, no, I wouldn't clean it. I'd clean it with the cloth. I would not clean it with the cleaner. So no, I never do for mine. I that's why I put them in. I get them and I put them in the hard plastic, and that's it. I never touch it. There's no point in touching it. I can see it out of there. It's nice and clear. It's fucking gold. I'm very happy just to have it. It's shiny, especially the Canadian stuff. It's real shiny. But no, I never would clean it. You think a good safe will be better for our cash, Professor, after we sell our gold and silver? We'll have to go down that path once that happens. There's going to be chaos if they do the money right and they just substitute it and then gold goes through the roof, we should be fine. Yeah, I would put it in a safe or some safe place or not a safety deposit box at a bank, but maybe like a U-Haul. You run a storage place and put some money there and put some money in your safe at home. But I think what I would do with my gold is I wouldn't sell it all at one time. I would sell a little at a time what I needed. And you might not even sell it. If you go to buy a house, right? Somebody needs the money. You're just going to give them the gold. And you say, here's this ounce of gold. I want your house. And he'll sell it to you. So you don't even need to fuck around getting cash for it, because anybody who's got any intelligence who owns, let's say, $500,000 house, he'll take the gold in a heartbeat. He'll understand. By then, with gold going through the roof, everybody will understand, fuck, I need gold, because it's not being taught only by yours truly from my 1995 class at an off financial college that happened to have a good teacher teaching it, which I don't even know if he's still there and if they still teach Austrian economics there. But you're probably within 1,000 people that understand this now in the world. Yeah, that's what I meant, Professor, with the little cloth that we use on CPU. Yeah, use a glass cloth. It's fine. That's all I would do, but maybe shine it and then put it in the plastic. Your silver, I wouldn't waste time shining it. Just put it in those white plastics. Maybe you shine it before you put it in the plastics. But once it's in the plastics, they're all very shiny, but you don't look at them. You've got 20 in a white plastic. You're not opening it up to pull out your silver to look at it. I only pull it out to show you here. This is what the buffalo looks like. This is what they look like. They go right back in and get closed up. I'm not emptying out 20 to look at, not with silver. I am with the gold, but I got them already in the plastics. So they're already in the container. I don't need to open the container to see them. I can see them through the plastic holder that's like for the casino chip. So I can, like my casino chips, I don't take them out of the holder. I can look at the stardust in the thing, and I'm seeing them that way. So I don't need them naked. I don't need them out. So once you put them in the plastic, you're fine. But if you got the silver in the plastic, why would you be opening them up to look at the 20 ounces of silver? That's different. So you look at the gold. So you need to buy gold because that's what you look at. The silver just stays in the white container, and that's all you do with it. Or you can put it underneath your girlfriend's bed in Romania. Well, I give it to my Ukrainian girlfriend. I come like with a half ounce, and last time I came with a half ounce and 3 silver. She was so excited, and I don't know where she keeps it. She knows not to spend it until it goes up, and I'll tell her when to spend it. She'll be a pretty rich little girl in the Ukraine, because if it hits 50,000 American, God knows what it'll hit in the Ukraine, and she'll be covered. So she knows just to wait. And she told me a sad story about the war. One of her girlfriends was looking for her husband or whatever, and they were at a funeral on Sunday. And she said, they finally found the husband dead on the battlefield. I mean, that's how she talks. So she was really sad. And, there's a lot of tears going on there, a lot of this useless killing of these bombs coming from Russia to hit fields. I mean, what are they doing? Hitting civilian targets? What is that? This is Putin. No wonder Putin's losing. He doesn't have a fucking clue, except for gold, which probably isn't even Putin's idea. It's just probably the smart Russian guys who all care about is money. So they would know that. Maybe I'm just too obsessed with my fucking coins professor and need to stop taking them out so much. Well, you need to buy gold, put them in the gold things. But if you have, what you should maybe do is buy 10 of the plastics that I use for gold, the casino chip holders, and put 10 silvers in that, each one of your different ones, and look at them like that. But I would stop touching them, but I'd get them into the 20 ounces as soon as I can. And then maybe you take 10 and put them in the casino holders, but you don't want to keep handling them. So you got them in there. There's 10. Now you can look at them, and I know it's exciting, and, it's a good, smart thing to do and a good thing to have, but just don't touch it. You don't need to touch them. You just, like I said, the silvers and the whites, you don't look at them. The golds are in the casinos. That's what you look at. So that's what you should be doing. I like to stare at them sometimes. I guess Bobby Bo just loves his fucking kangaroos. Well, put some kangaroos in the plastic and keep an eye on them. Or the maple leafs. They're real pretty. And I think there's cougar ants, and then the buffaloes and the American eagles. So just put 2 or 3 in the casino chip holders, and then the rest start putting them in the plastics. But that's fine. And maybe gold, you can buy the quarter ouncers or the half. The quarter ounces only about $450, and the half ounces are like $900, $1,000. So maybe start buying some of those. You want the big boy stuff, the gold, as much as you want the silver, because those will go to 50,000. The silver is going to go to 2 or 3. There's like a 10-to-1 range on that or so. Phil, I'm eyeing some Somali elephants for a cool one to look at. I don't mind paying $4 more for a few just for something interesting in the collection. Are these real gold? Is this gold or silver? Are these real? I didn't know Somali made silver. Only a few countries can actually make gold and silver. Canada, Britain, Australia, Austria, the U.S., South America. The Cougarans are in South America. That's it. I don't know if Somali. Now, I know Russia has it, but I've never seen a Russian dollar. China has some also, but I don't see many of those. But make sure they are real. I've never heard of Somali with that, but if it's, check it out on Google, Somali elephants, see that it's Somali. Make sure it says 999. I assume these are silver, 1 ounce of silver. Make sure it says that on it. If it doesn't say 1 ounce of silver, don't fucking buy it, because it's not real, or good luck selling it. If nobody understands it's an ounce of silver, how the hell are you going to sell it as an ounce of silver? So be very careful looking for the new ones. I recall that you had about 400 ounces of silver. Do you have a lot of ounces of gold too? I got 50 ounces of gold and 415 ounces of silver. And my goal is to get to 100 ounces of gold, but I've been with these jobs and everything, still wanting to get there. But right now, 50,000, I'll be a pretty happy camper, but I am trying to get more. And then you got to realize you got to give to your girlfriends. My one in Romania, she's pregnant. I didn't do it. She's married, but we're really close friends. So I said, well, I'll have to just come and give you the gold. I can't trust FedEx. And she's due in March. So she says, why don't you wait till I have the baby? You can see the baby and then give me the gold. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. So I'm going to give her like 2 ounces and a 20 of silver. So some of it is to help my friends. And then, the rest will be to help me. How much is enough? I have no idea. If JP Morgan has 300 tons of has 96,000 ounces of gold. I don't know how to answer that question, because why do they have some? Why didn't they just have 1 ton and that would be enough? No, he's got $11 million of it, or no, he's got like $500 million of it. So he obviously doesn't know how much he needs either. And why does China have 35, 40,000 tons of it? I can't even comprehend 32,000 times 35,000 tons. I mean, that's just fucking, you can't even do it on the calculator. I guess you got to do 35 times 32 and then come up with a number. But yeah, it's just something you want. You never have enough. I mean, it's like sex. You have it. If you like the partner, you see her every day and you have more and more. That's how I can compare it to. You just want more. No matter what, you go, it's 28 an ounce. I got $480. I'll go buy another 20. You don't care what you have. You're just accumulating more because you're buying them that are worth $2,000 for 28, and it's such a no-brainer. You just keep buying. Look at my baseball cards. Why did I keep collecting? There's this, and like you guys, there's a Mantle, there's a Brady, there's a Bobby Orr, there's Willie Mays, there's Michael Jordan, Joe Montana. You just keep buying. It's a good investment. It's assets, and if you have the money, you just keep buying, and it's the smartest thing. I mean, to buy that than it is. Like, I don't play as much poker because I'd rather not gamble money on poker. I'd rather take the money and go buy silver and gold with it. Then I can go play poker after. So you delay things because it's a good investment. But that's what it's not even an investment. You're just switching your money into what is more expensive, and it's such a no-brainer. And anybody that questions it, just give them my video. Say, here, I just did the gold one, and it really proves a lot. But any of these pieces, unless you're just clueless, how can you not understand? I make it about as simple as you can make it because I want to teach, and then the only way to teach is to come down a level. I used to coach my daughter's softball team, not the fast pitch, the slow. But I coach both, and I saw a girl. This is 6th grade fast pitch, and you know how you have the fungo before the game? They couldn't take batting practice, so you'd have that long plastic bat. You'd stick it in the girl's face, and she'd swing and hit it. One girl I noticed wasn't looking at the fungo. She was looking at her bat. So she's swinging, looking at her bat, not swinging, looking at the fungo. So you swing where your eyes are. She wasn't doing that. I caught that, and I said, "What are you doing? Look at the bat." And then she started hitting because she now knew to look at the ball, not the bat. Can you imagine? She's 6th grade in a fast pitch league. How the fuck do you not know that? But once I explained it, so I know I have to get very to the lights coming on, and whatever level I need to talk to, I will work on getting to that level. That's what I noticed the best, and that was girls' fast pitch. So, I mean, you could just see people learn differently. But if you just explain that you're trading money, you're not spending a penny. Your friend should understand that, Bobby, and take his money out of the bank before he doesn't have money in the bank, or his money in the bank doesn't have any value. And then as he watches gold and silver go up, and he goes, "Oh, fuck, should have listened to Bobby." Phil, Somalia does have a mint. Yes, it is the last country on the list you mentioned. I'm a few minutes behind, Professor, catching up on 1.5, so apologize right now. Oh, no problem. Phil the Kill. Speaking of getting with chicks, it's a good analogy because when I had it for the first time as a teen, I wondered how anything got done because it's all I could think about for a few days. Well, anything like that, I mean, is exactly like metals. It starts to be all you can think about more. Yeah, I mean, I really have a hard time at work now. I'm older. I understand too much. I really don't care what these younger kids like. trying to tell you what to do, and you're like, fuck you. I'm set in my ways. I've been doing my financial work for 25 years. I got a master's in it. I know gold and silver, and all I think about is, well, I can't wait for the gold to go up so I can quit the job. But yeah, I mean, that's what it is. And the funny part about sex is we'll have a lover, and then you see another girl, so you have two lovers. And why the one gets jealous, and then why you can't have two or more lovers doesn't make any sense to me. So you look for a girl who will allow you to have more lovers, I guess. But that's what I do. Look for that, but you got to have balls to say it and not worry if she says no. Like, fine, because you're gonna want more than one anyway. They're all a little different, and I know that's why I don't understand marriage. You can be with one girl, and that's it. It's going to get boring. It's going to get routine, unless she goes, we can go and have other lovers. Then it's okay. But otherwise, I don't know how people stay married. It's got to drive you nuts. The one girl, especially when you start seeing other girls that like you, you're like, fuck. And you can't talk to them because your wife's going to get jealous or get mad at you. Like, who needs this shit? I mean, you're only really married for the sex anyway. One guy said to me in the hot tub, he says, I'm getting married in 2024. He's not a close friend, just somebody I talked to. And I said to him bluntly, why? Why would you get married? Well, for love. And I'm like, well, okay, that lasts for 5 minutes. Then what? Is she going to let you screw on the side? Oh, no, I just want her. Yeah, you're not even married. Believe me, in a year, you're not going to just want her. Doesn't work like that. You see pretty girls at restaurants, at the mall, at work. That's why it's impossible to be married to one girl unless it's your soulmate. If it's your soulmate, you can be with her all the time. But otherwise, it's very hard. You're looking at other girls because it's just like you guys look with the silver. Why do you buy more than the Silver Eagle? Bobby, why are you buying kangaroos and the British and the Maple Leafs? Why do you need them? Well, that's just human nature. Why do we eat chicken and ribs and pig's ears and Chinese food? Because we like variety. Well, it's the same with girls. You see a pretty one, you see there's a million pretty ones. So, of course, you're going to want the thrill of the sex with all of them. That's just human nature. So this whole marriage thing, you got to get a girl that's into other girls or likes, she's going to want other guys too. So you got to get that arrangement done. That's the only way the marriage will work. Otherwise, or it's got to be like your soulmate that you just love her so much, so deeply that you just don't look at other girls. I've had that experience and it's really, really scary. Phil, 2024. Wow, I've heard of 1 year planning of wedding. Sounds like a multi-year plan. He's going to drop six figures on his ceremony. Only his wife cares about. Sucker. Well, I couldn't. The only reason he's marrying her is because he loves her. And he sounded like kind of a loser where I go, well, what if you go to a restaurant or go to Target? I've seen plenty of hot girls at Target or a mall or something. You're not going to want to see them or talk to them, or a waitress who waits on your table. There's plenty of hot waitresses who, especially if they're doing that, they need a guy who can help them out because they're working for peanuts as a waitress. So, oh no, I won't do that. I hardly go anywhere, and I'm going, oh my God. So you don't think your wife's going to get sick of you in about 6 months? Or, they all use you. They all want your money. That if you don't think every woman wants your money, then I don't know how else to explain it. That's another reason you need gold and silver. You give her an ounce of silver and you got her. I had no problem with my Ukrainian girlfriend after giving her gold and silver. It needs to be an exceptional woman or else it will get boring as long as you actually have other options. It doesn't matter the exceptional woman, and you will always have other options, right, Bobby? You should know you're on the road as a baseball player. you probably had girls in every city, and they want to be with the baseball player just to say, I slept with Bobby. That's what the girl's mentality is. So you're always going to have girls coming up to you. I'm sure Barry had a lot more, or Jerry Rice, or these guys, but it's impossible not to. If you like, Chinese, you're going to order more than half the menu because that's what it is. So it's just impossible not to believe that. So that's my point. You really want to. The only way it can be an exceptional woman, it's got to be your real. There's a thing called a twin flame, which I don't want to get into right now. But if you beat your twin flame, you won't look at another girl. And I met mine; she was beautiful. But otherwise, you just a regular girl. You're not gonna. It'll just, And even if you have sex for like a year, it'll get boring, right? And then you'll just move on to another girl. It doesn't matter. It's very unlikely you'll keep going for 5 years and it's going to be exciting and you won't look at anybody else. It's just very, very hard to believe that. Where are we? Phil. I had a friend who canceled the wedding the night before. Word got to him about his fiance having too much fun at the bachelorette party. He canceled. It was chaos, as you can imagine. Scary story. See, that wouldn't have bothered me. I'd be like, okay, you can see the other guys, and I'm going to see your girlfriends and other girls. That would have been fine to me, because my thought process is, if that's what she wants and that makes her happy, I'm going to go along with it because I'll get the benefit also. So I don't care about that, because I'm not trying to own and control the girl. I'm not going to say you can only have sex with me, because I'm not that stupid. I know the girls see the guys just like the guys see the girls, and you just let her go and have fun, and it'll be the best marriage you'll ever have. An average woman won't cut it as far as marriage and commitment. Just a few good sex sessions with her, and I will keep it moving. Well, no, go get the Russian girls. I'm telling you, they have girlfriends, and the one I'm with, she had an open marriage. I met her when she was married. I didn't know it. So I flew to the Ukraine, and I met her, and she never said she was married. Then I looked on her Facebook, and it says she was in an open marriage. Then she got divorced, which makes no sense. How do you get divorced in an open marriage? And so now I'm with her, and she's like, go have fun. So, no, I mean, as long as you take care of the girl, depends on their mindset. But the Russian girls usually are cool to it. I'm correct, Professor. Thank you. It's such a stereotype, but my friend actually had it happen to him. His fiance was a nasty broad, though I think he dodged a bullet that was years ago. It's a one-way street to me, Professor. I get to do what I want. You do not. If she is cool with that, fine, but we are not equal here. Well, that's fine. But are you married, and like, have you dated a girl for a long time and you're satisfied with the girl, or do you not see other girls and go, oh, that would be nice. She's attractive. I'd like, or you talk to them. That's okay. I don't, you believe what you want. I just want you to be happy, but I'm just saying it's very hard to not see other girls and go, that's okay. I don't. I'm just saying why it's difficult, because you're going to see other girls. Well, like I use the restaurant. You go to Chinese, you're going to order different meals. Well, why? Why don't you just order the one meal? Because you like the variety. Or in your case, you buy different silver or gold coins. Why? It's gold. Why are you buying multiple different ones or silver? I do, because I buy whatever the guy has. I was buying eagles at first, then he didn't have, so I bought a Cougaran because they were cheaper. Then I buy some maple leaves. I buy what he has, not necessarily to get a variety. I want gold. So with women, No, I'm not married personally. Had a long time chilling in an urn right now, but life goes on. Oh, I'm sorry that she passed away. That's sad. I apologize for that. But just go have fun, Phil. Date a girl, and but the problem I have is usually you just lose the excitement, and then you end up being bored, going, "Oh my god," and you can't meet anybody else. That's what makes so. As long as you're kind of in a relationship where you can meet other people, then it's okay. It's when you very difficult. Um, uh, so this is my Russian girlfriend. I can't meet her because of the fucking war. They celebrate Christmas January 6th, I think, and December 25th, but they have two Christmas. Well, they have the Orthodox Christian, Orthodox, Roman Orthodox Christmas January 6th. So, fortunately, I already gave her Christmas gift for December. I'm not giving her another one. Well, you don't have a choice but to move forward. I mean, when you I mean, that's human nature. You move on. Um, that's all you can really do. She got her silver already, huh, Professor? Now she's trying to get some gold. No, this is a different one. The other one is the Ukrainian who I meet. The problem with the Russian one is I can't meet her because of the stupid fucking war. No, I don't do that. I give them gold and silver. It's the best way to take care of them. I mean, either you love them and you take care of them, or they're not worth it. So I don't waste time if I don't love them and that. But I love them each individually, and I don't. It's just separate people. I mean, that's how life works. You have different friends. I mean, you don't just have one friend. So with women, I have it. But back to you, Phil. Yeah, we move. Well, as anybody, you just move forward. But all I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with having chocolate and vanilla and strawberry as opposed to just eating chocolate ice cream and then not eating the vanilla and the strawberry. So when you look at the whole thing, you see another girl and you have feelings for her, and then you meet another girl you have feelings for. What I'm saying is I don't see what's wrong with being nice and friendly and making them both happy like I'm doing. I don't see the problem with that. Now, if the girls don't like it, okay, and you just but if you make them happy and they love you, they don't really care about it. They're like, oh, okay, it's only sex. It's not. It's. I saw a movie, a Russian movie, and the girl says, "Well, I've had sex 100 times." She was young. Says, "I've had sex 100 times. It's really no big deal. It's just people having sex. It's all it is. It's not a big deal." And it was like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just like playing golf. I mean, it's like collecting silver. It's so what? It's not so defining. Bobby, okay. Bobby, Professor, no. Phil, for sure, Professor, agree 100%. Yeah, I'm not saying you're trying to hurt the girl. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is when I see these girls in Alabama where the guy controls her and she can't even talk to me, I see that as a problem. But where I see it is if you love the girl and take care of her and you're nice to her and you happen to meet a few others, I don't see the problem with it because you're being nice and loving them both the same or, whatever. You spend time with each of them. I don't really see the problem with it. I see the problem when you can't, then it's very difficult if Bobby went to get his Chinese food and they weren't there, he's frustrated. I wanted the Chinese food. So it's very difficult. What does he do? How does he, well, I want my Chinese, but I also want barbecue. I want my pig's ear and I want my Chinese food. See, he wants them both. So he gets them both. And that's perfectly what I'm saying. I don't see the problem with that you can't want and have, because you're going to get bored with the one. I don't know how you can. I was married 17 years. It was boring as hell. It just, yeah, in the beginning, it's nice. It's company. You love her. Then you're bored. And then you're like, okay, get away. I can't, because then I start missing out. And I'm like, no, that's not what I want. But you're kind of trapped in marriage when you're young. You don't get that. When you get older, you start realizing it and there's something you can do with it. Anyway, but that's everybody's personal thing, and you do what you want. And I know how people are. They're very possessive and clingy, and they don't want you with anybody else. They don't want you to talk to anybody else. They all get a little bit possessive, and that's what I don't like. Phil, to use the food analogy, some of these chicks look like young, but after 100 partners, they are really just a can of spam at the point. All value is gone. Well, not necessarily. I don't think it's the number of guys. I think it's how they take care of themselves. I mean, Jenna was married in an open relationship. I assume she had a lot of guys, but I still like her. I don't have a problem with her. And she's very pretty. So maybe some do. But again, it's the quality of it, and it's how they treat you. And that's it. Like Jenna was looking at my shirt going, you have a stain. And I'm looking at her like, you're in the middle of a fucking war. Do we really care that I have a stain on my polo shirt? Like, is this really the argument? So she was, that put her in reality. I understand your point. We'll disagree slightly. Then I don't care. I'm just throwing out my ideas, but no, the gold and silver you got to agree with, but this is okay. Again, this is if you think about it, you'll see, but I just don't know anybody that can be with one girl and not get bored of her. No matter how pretty she is from a sexual standpoint, she's going to get more, like you say, she's going to be that. But I hope you find the one girl that you enjoy being with and don't get bored of. That's a treat. That's something that absolutely, if you can find that would be wonderful. It's just, I'm saying it's very hard to find, but we tend to like variety and there's so many pretty women that you just tend to go to that. But, whatever you need and want, that's what you should do. So again, I just want you happy and to enjoy yourself. So if that's what you just want one, fine. If you want more, fine. Just options. It's all options. Anyway, so it's been 4 hours. I think I got to go to the store and get some chicken because I'm hungry. Then I can actually go to the pool. So I can actually walk today. Yesterday, it started coming on Monday. Yesterday, I was in agony. Or was it, what's today? Wednesday or Thursday? I lose track. Today's Thursday. So Tuesday, I couldn't walk. Yesterday, I went to the doctors. He gave me some more colchicine, a steroid. And then by the end of the day, it was getting better. In the morning when I woke up, my foot was totally fine. And I can walk totally fine with it. So I'm not going to get the diet pop or the sugar because it's just going to bring it back. So I got to clean this out, do some 3 or 5 day fasting, but I'm not ready for that. I'm still a little too hungry. So I'm just going to go get some chicken and some salad and focus on chicken and salad for a while. The salmon's so expensive. And then the steak, I just got the steaks for Christmas or New Year's, but I think I got 3 of them. I think I can maybe have 2 or eat one and then 2 days later eat one. I got to get it out of my system, and I think that was the problem. So I tend not to eat too many things. But it's funny. I told the doctor, I'll fucking have a roast that's a 3-pound roast and I'll eat it over like Thanksgiving or Christmas. I said, I don't get the gout. So it's not the red meat. It's not like I eat red meat and I get gout. A lot of the times I eat it and I don't get gout. So I said, that's what's confusing. So I have a lot of acid in my blood. Maybe I'm an alien and stuff like that. But anyway, Phil, this is a fun time in life to find a chick to vibe with and have unique experience with. Very enriching part of life. Oh, there's no doubt, Phil. We all want the companionship. We want to be with an attractive girl to a point who thinks like us and we have fun with and enjoy. That's the whole key to life, is enjoying life and loving somebody and taking care of them and making them happy. That should be the goal. That's my goal. I just find it in 2 or 3 girls. They need me. The Russian needs me. She's broke in the middle of a fucking war, and the Ukrainian needs me because she's on the other end of the war. So I can't abandon them right now. So I just help them out. Even though I'm not working, I do my best to at least give them something to help them. But that's all I can do. But I'm not going to abandon anybody who needs me. That's not going to happen. That's not the way I think. Bobby, what is causing the professor's issue? Was it an injury that took place, or is it just randomly? It's just randomly occurring. Last time it was a 1.5 years ago in Odessa in the summer. I flew to Odessa to meet Jenna. I got off the plane. I got on the plane. My foot was fine. I get off the plane. I must have slept funny because it was a 7-8 hour flight to Frankfurt and then a 2-hour flight to the Ukraine. And all of a sudden my foot was just, and it was like the whole week, probably because I kept drinking and having Diet Cokes, and my habit was off, and I needed to ice it and everything. So I was limping pretty badly there, except when I got into the Black Sea. But it wasn't an injury. I actually broke my left ankle skateboarding, of all things. I skateboarded once in my life. I break my ankle, and that was it. But my left foot never hurts me. It's my right foot. It gets the gout, and then it goes. And like now it feels perfect. So it's not an injury. It's the food. I drank a lot of pop when I was a kid, or diet pop and candy. My mom was clueless how to fucking feed kids. She didn't know about, if I knew about avocados, that's from when I reached 5 years old, I would have eaten avocados every day. But, it would be a lot of chocolate and a lot of diet pop or a lot of regular pop, which is coming back to haunt me now. So if I do start having pop, my acid level is so high, it doesn't take a lot to trigger it. So I got to be careful with the pop. But it's funny, I can drink a little and not have a problem, and then at certain points I just have too much. So I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's it's definitely the pop and the sugar. Bobby, yeah, I am wondering what I'm going to eat tonight. Really want to eat something good with some good protein. Yeah, that's the steaks, the chicken, the ribs, the hamburgers. I usually mix them all up. I'll have a roast. I'll have steaks. I'll have hamburgers, sloppy joes. I like the hamburgers in my omelet, so I will get 3, and I usually get 3 pounds because I don't want to cook every day. So I cook 9 hamburgers, and then put 1 in my omelet, and then I have 1 in my salad at night, and I'll have 2 a day or so, and it's great in the omelet. Make sure you bake it in the omelet. The last 5 minutes I bake it. It tastes so fucking good. Something about the hamburger with the egg that goes together like hamburger with a bun, only the bun's an omelet, so it's perfect. But yeah, just keep on that. Phil, the more canned sardines and anchovies you can choke down for dinner, the more you save when you can visit the coin shop. I don't eat that kind of stuff. That's really bad for me. Those type of things have a lot of salt, and that's not good for my gout. So that's one thing they warned me against. I have salmon, but no, I mean, the meat's still cheap. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I just tend not to eat it. That's a very, I get it. I just have never eaten that kind of stuff. But I tend to eat, I'll have salmon and tuna when I want fish. Well, those are, you don't want the bottom feeders. They tend to eat crap, and even the salmon. I'm staying away from the farm raised because they're all together and they're just they get all the disease, and it's really getting bad to eat farm raised salmon. You want to eat um, wild salmon, but good luck finding it. I went to my grocery store and it was all farm, and some are 20 and 25, and he said, well, we have the wild in the freezer or something, so I got to check that out. But anyway, the chicken I usually have been eating a lot, and I like cooking on my own because I know the ingredients I'm putting in, and I look for fresh chicken and fresh. I go pick out my steaks. I go, give me the nice red one, and I picked out three nice steaks for New Year's that I picked out. Like going to, well, I went to the casino and they had a $46 12 ounce New York strip. I thought to myself, well, I don't know what he's putting on it. And if I get it medium, I don't know how well he's cooking it. And I know I just went and I got three of them, and it was 2.5 pounds of New York strip for $23. That I know how I'm cooking it much better than he is. And mine tastes delicious. And I put my little olive oil on it, my French dressing, and I cook it up. Tastes great. So why do I want to spend $46 at a restaurant? I'm telling you, it's really hard to go to the restaurants now, unless you can, like the Boneyard, the barbecue one's okay, and the Chinese is still very cheap, but they're raising their prices a little. But you don't notice it when it goes from $11.95 to $13.95. Who cares? It's General Chow, so I'll have that. Phil, yeah, bottom feeders I know are shrimp. I've avoided that for years. Once I read their diet, I think lobsters are similar. Marketing makes it pricey. It used to be peasant shop many years ago. I get more grass-fed meats. That's good, Bobby. Yeah, I drop extra for bison meat. Is bison meat grass-fed? Because I know you're supposed to get grass-fed beef, but I still get maybe that's causing my feet is the hormones in the beef are making it, but it's just very expensive for the grass-fed. I'll have to try this bison fed if I can find a meat shop that has it. But let me try that. What do you get? Bison steaks or bison hamburgers? Bison is grass fed and well taken care of it and hasn't caught on as much yet. So can I get like 3 pounds of bison hamburger or a bison New York strip or bison ribs? That might be interesting. And you know how I like variety. I'll have to look into that. So we'll see. But yeah, all that kind of stuff's good. I get Grayson ground bison. 1 pound is about $12. Yeah, see, that's like a New York strip. So a New York strip is like $12 for a pound, and you're getting a pound for 12. So if you look at it like that, it's not bad. I still get hamburger. I get the 86%, and it's like $5 a pound when it's on sale. So I'll get 3 pounds of it, and then I make 9. So, but yes, it's not grass fed, but that's not bad. Bison. I'll have to keep an eye on it. So it tastes just like hamburger, like a cow. What is a bison? Is that a cow or a buffalo or something? I guess it all tastes the same. Like pig ears, right, Bobby? You get bison pig ears, Bobby? Oh, okay. Well, if you get bison, I'll have to try it. Where do you get it at? At the butcher, or like can you go to just a regular? Do you go to a regular grocery store with the high end meat section? Well, yeah, all meat's good protein, so I'll have to find where it is. Um, Good to know. A bison is a buffalo. So now you're a Bills fan, right? It cooks quarter much less fat, so don't cook like hamburger. It's around mostly grocery stores now. Okay, I'll have to check it out at the grocery store. And I have the bison silver, so it's I can share it with the silver coins. Take it out of the case like Bobby does. I can see Bobby at home feeding his little silver, the bison, and chips and some Coke and stuff like that. All right, boys, I got to go. It's 4 hours. So I should see you tomorrow. Tonight, I don't think the Oakland game, I think, is on Saturday. And Florida State, the TCU, Georgia's on Monday. So we'll be back. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, but Saturday, I like KC over in Tennessee. I think they're a live dog. Henry's going to play. I don't trust Lawrence, and he's laying 6.5. I get 12.5 against Lawrence. Thank you. And then we'll get into the Sunday games. Bobby spills his coin onto his bed before he sleeps. Yeah, that's what he says. He sleeps with the silver like it's his girlfriend. Piggers are fucking great, Professor. You got to try. Oh, I'll think about it. I don't know where to find it, but as long as you're not eating like pig balls or something like that, I don't know. Like, it's the strangest food. Problem I have with pigs is they're pretty dirty animals, as Phil's saying with the shrimp. So could you have clean pigs that aren't like sitting in dirt all the time? In researching pig ears, and it's actually fairly healthy, especially for being pork. Don't be eating pickled pig's feet. Yeah, okay. Has protein, omegas, iron, and yeah, okay. Well, half the stuff I do has those. Plus, I take pills that are like fish oil, so that has high omegas and all that stuff. So I take a fish oil pill and a what are they called? Primal Defense, which is supposed to be good for your system. So I take one of those a day. Yeah. Feed my kangaroo. Well, I'm sure you feed your kangaroos. And your maple leaves, you don't have to feed. They're just leaves. I love how Canada's all maple leaves or maple syrup. It's hysterical. All right, boys. I'm going to go get some chicken, and I need some more salad, and I'm going to have dinner and then go swim, or at least running around and get my feet in the hot tub. But they feel fine. They feel perfect. So not a problem today, and I think that's okay. And I left one of my coaches saying, if it comes back, I can take that and finish it. Thank you, Phil. Again, some of my opinions on women are, I'm not trying to hurt them. I'm just thinking it's like everything else. It gets not boring, but routine. And we like routine, but we also like the new girl, like you said, the new time and stuff. So it's that's how I'm looking at it. I mean, I like my girls. I don't want to hurt them, but it becomes familiar, and then you want to get the erotic of a new girl. That's all it is. It's sort of like eating bison. It's a new food. So, yeah, I warn chicks when they sleep over that they must make room for my coins. I'm surprised you don't put coins in their pussies and as the tips, right? Here, baby. You got to pull it out of your pussy to get the coin. I almost did that with Jenna, but she was too excited, so I just give it to her in her hands. But it's a good fit. All right, gentlemen. Have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon. Phil, you don't even want to know what he does with his chicks and his coins. I have a good imagination what Bobby does. He's a baseball player. He probably uses his bat and his baseballs also. So, all right. Take care, guys.